Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. I thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Do me a favor, click on the thumbs up button. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, please do. And like I always say, if you want to be one of the first people notified when I drop some of this straight game, please do me a favor and click on the little bell notification right below this video. Gavel to gavel coverage of the Diddy trial. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some of this straight game.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter. Let's go. Allegedly, this is Daffine Joy up on the stand. 50 Cent's baby mama, according to a lot of reports. Hasn't been confirmed, not yet. Jane basically said he did not want to see a rubber. Prosecution, Comey, did you raise it ever when sober and not in a hotel room? Jane, yes. A prosecution. What was this ever recorded? Yes. One that I'm aware of. I'm trying to ask the entertainer if he can wear a condom. He's looking for it. AUSA Comey, I'd like to call up this exhibit with an aid. Did you listen to this? Jane, yes. And did you read the transcript that's up on the screen? Jane, yes. The screen is not visible to the gallery. Let's see. Combs lawyers rule objection. Judge says overruled. Sidebar. Sure. So right now they're in the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everybody. Earlier, Combs lawyer Driscoll, these texts, you have thousands of videos of my performing every weekend on your phone. They are backward looking and hearsay. We argue that Mr. Combs was upfront about the non-monogamous nature of the relationship. As Jane said, the prosecution in their opening, they attacked Jane's credibility, called it all consensual, right? As you heard, basically, as you heard yesterday, Jane felt coerced. They have opened the door. Judge, they are admissible to rebut the defense's opening. So it is appropriate to introduce those statements. So basically, they're allowing certain statements in that the defense felt like, they said were consensual. It says Driscoll's lawyer, the text that you have thousands of videos of my performing every weekend on your phone. They are backward looking and hearsay. We argued that Mr. Combs was upfront about the non-monogamous nature of the relationship, as Jane said, right? Also earlier, it was like the prosecutor, my error was only look at the first message. I apologize. See, once again, the prosecution keeps on trying to, it's win at all costs for them. It's win at all costs. They can't let Diddy win. So basically, the judge, you may like screenshots as opposed to text. Prosecutors, we, the judge, I'm not done. I'm sorry for interrupting you. The judge, I understand. I'm just not sure this is the hill you want to die on. So the judge is informing them about certain exhibits that they want allowed to be in the trial. But, telling the prosecution, like, hey, I'm not sure this is the hill that you want to die on. They're back. Basically, the prosecution, AUSA Comey, why did you not say no? Jane, he'd get agitated. Prosecutors, how would intercourse with an entertainer end? Jane, he'd finish on me. AUSA, then what? And then what with Sean? We would have sex. Right. Once again, they covered this yesterday. Once again, she asked the question, but she asked it in a roundabout different way. Like I said, I think they're trying to show that Diddy was weird about how he liked to do what he needed to do, or what he was doing, if you will. So, like I said, I don't think this about Rico. Somebody feeling coerced and actually being coerced. He was paying her rent. He was giving her $10,000 a month. Come on. What? This is crazy. The sad part about it is, man, she probably felt like she should have got money that Cassie got. This is what it was all about. Had to be. It had to be. So I can't see. This is just my opinion in this particular. I'm just saying, in her being with Diddy at the time he was locked up, they were still together, and so she would come in and say, yeah, she loved him and all of this, that, and the other, but then wouldn't plead the fifth. I don't understand that. But like I said, it's a lot that I don't understand, various people and their motivations and why they do the things that they do. So, yeah, this is one of those things, right? Shout out, good morning to everybody this morning. Thank you for tuning in. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Like I say, share with your Instagram, share with your Facebook. Let them know we up in here. We going gavel to gavel. We not playing no games. We not telling no lies. We just going by the information that's being provided, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Like I said, like how would he ejaculate? All of this thing. I guess I don't understand what all of that's about. I mean, she said she was coerced. Okay. 1 minute ago, the prosecution, Comey. Who decided if you could stop when you were tired? Sean. Right? Once again, a prosecution. Do you need a moment? Jane sobs. I'm sorry. What was your question? Prosecution. How did you say you wanted to stop? I'd say like, I'm hungry, make little faces. So she never said she wanted to stop. This is according to her, y'all. 12 seconds ago. Prosecution. Jane, I'd sent him subtle cues. Subtle cues. You never said no, didn't want to stop. Like I said, I don't know. We listening to the testimony right here. I sent subtle cues. Comey, what would he say? He says, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong. Sobs. Prosecutors, what would Sean give you to keep you awake and having sex with entertainers? Good morning, everybody. Vicky Phelps, Boss Lady Remy, Gerald Piper, Universal Ass, Fatima in the building, Sean Keitha, Money Mike, Queen for Life. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Share it on your Facebook, Instagram. Let them know we up in here. We doing it over here. Straight Game TV. Appreciate each and every one of you. She said she sent subtle cues, but she never said no, right? For quarter. And so they asked Jane, she said, well, what would he give you to keep you up? Jane said ecstasy. Prosecution, Comey, did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights? Jane, twice. Prosecutors, tell us about the first. Jane, I thought it was a date night, a one-on-one, but he said there would be an entertainer, but just a quick one. I hung on to that, but 18 hours. So I guess Diddy allegedly told her that there was going to be date night between them two, and she said that she hung on to that, but 18 hours, I guess. I don't know what that means. I suspect that it means 18 hours later that that's when they got finished or whatever. Yeah, classy. Like I said, once again, but some people like to make like they had no choice, man. He was paying her rent. He was his girl. No, the funny part, the actual funny part about this, the interesting part, I should say, is the fact that that she was still with Diddy before he got locked up. So all of this and what he did to me, and like I said, I can't see the benefit of her testifying. She wanted money. She was there for money in the beginning. She was there for money in the beginning. Like I said, if you're telling yourself anything else, you're delusional. Because it's like, well, all of a sudden he paying you money, blah, blah, blah. So right now she not getting the same money that she was getting. He ain't paying her rent no more. If this is Daffine Joy, 50 Cent's baby mama, then, I don't know what their situation is. But she not getting that money from Diddy no more. And I think she wanted to be cashed out. That's why she there. So she said, what the fuck? I'm going to go and testify. And I'm going to fight. I don't know. Wonder if she got a lawsuit. She might got a lawsuit against him too. Man. Jane, after 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainer, Sean said he had to leave. I started crying. Prosecution, Comey, you were with someone else? Jane, I was with Sean. It was in the Waldorf in Beverly Hills. Earlier in our relationship. What did Sean say? So she didn't cry because she didn't want to do what she was doing. She cried because he said he had to leave. I guess. That's how I take it. I don't know. Jane, he said, "Are you crying?" Like looking disgusted. Then he just sat there listening to music. I was clinging to him. He said he could move things around. He said he could move things around with him, family, and I could go home with him. I just wanted to be in his arms after all that. Right, Hollywood tell all she had to do was get a job. But see, she was too pretty to get a job. You know what I mean? Sometimes they too pretty to get a job. Sometimes they don't want a job because that's just I need a rich man. I need a rich man, and if I don't get a rich man, then you know what I mean. And then there comes this expectation, like when they move, that she had 50, then she met Diddy. You know what I mean? So there was a certain caliber of man that she was attracted to, right? And so if it didn't fit that criteria, she probably overlooked a whole bunch of good men, right? But for whatever reason, this is what she was doing. Like I said, we heard yesterday that she said she wanted to join OnlyFans, like one of her model girlfriends. So, yeah, man, go figure, man. Comey, prosecutors, Comey. And the second time, I was in the shower after one of these nights. Prosecutor, is your memory spotty, or what do you remember? Jane, I was so high, I was having sex with Paul. Then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, "Stop it. I'm too high. Stop." Yeah, I mean, like I said, it sounded all consensual to me. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind she was still with Diddy before he got locked up. So what was she there for? You like Hollywood T say, yo, she could have got a job. Cut Creatives, what's good? Classy, what's good? Sandra Love, B-Town Entertainment. That's what she says she is. So I don't, like I said, I don't know what she's selling. She's trying to sell something to the prosecution today. We're going to see how this cross-examination go. Urban Sweet Spot, thank you for listening while working remotely. Fatima, Cut Creative, good morning, everybody. Hit the like button, hit the share button, share it on your Instagram, share it on your Facebook, share it on your LinkedIn, whatever platform you got. Let them know we over here doing it like this, gavel to gavel coverage, ladies and gentlemen. And we also filling in the blanks, because sometimes we need to fill in the blanks. AUSA, Comey, Paul, Jane, one of the entertainers, prosecutors. Were these hotel nights work for you? Objection, overruled. It was work from start to finish. Hold on, she's saying, hold on. Now she's saying it was work from start to finish. First they had a relationship. Oh, wow. AUSA, Comey, Paul, Jane, one of the entertainers, prosecutors. Were these hotel nights work for you? Objection, overruled. Jane, it was work from start to finish. Prosecutors, what did you do to try to get them to end sooner? Jane, I tried to have sex with the entertainers fast. AUSA. What did you? She said, "What did you do to try to speed things up?" Jane, I do foreplay and bring them into the room. Sean would say, "Slow it down, more foreplay." Prosecutors, what words would he use? Objection, time frame. Judge, that's fair. May to October. She said May to October 2023. You know when they come back and they do the cross examination, she's saying it's work, and she's saying it's work. It was all work for her. They was in a relationship, but now it's all work. I mean, you got to make up your mind which one it is. Okay, if that's what she want to describe it as. You know, like I said, we only here to listen. We not here to try to tell her what it is or what it ain't or what we see it as for her. That's what she said. Okay. Like I said, once again, you got to understand it. If that's what she was doing from the beginning, then she's the one that, I guess, duped Diddy. You know what I mean? She was the one that was there to I guess she said she wanted to join OnlyFans. Let's see. We're going to see how it goes down, man. She said prosecution May of 2001 to October of 2023. What would Sean say? He says, "I'm not ready to see that yet." How would you feel? Sidebar. Ready to see what yet? They didn't explain. Sidebar. Judge, sure. Boss Lady Remy, we don't even know yet. We waiting to see. They not even telling us who objecting to this as of yet. Like I said, once again, she's telling what she's telling. The cold part about it is, why didn't they go into? She said, she was dating somebody that he didn't like and he didn't get along. Why didn't they tell us who and what that was? I think the defense is going to get into that. I think they're going to go down that road with that information. I mean, you got people over the internet saying that she was having sex with Diddy for $10,000 a month and all this, that, and the other. When in fact she still was with Diddy prior to him being arrested. In this case here, and so I don't really understand like all of this, what she's saying, this buyer's remorse. It's not buyer's remorse. She wanted to get broke off like Cassie did. And she didn't get broke off like Cassie did, so she coming to testify against her. And I guarantee you she got a lawsuit. Simple as that. But we're gonna see what happens. I mean, if you were still with the guy prior to him getting locked up, what she testified to yesterday, then why would you go to court and testify against him if you had some kind of feeling towards him? Right? And like I said, once again, all she had to, and then they tried to paint it that, well, he using the rent to coerce her to do. No, ain't no coercion. You go get a job. You know what I mean? Yeah, they prepped her overnight. Absolutely. You see that, Classy, right? Absolutely. Right? She a little bit more factual. I mean, a little bit more, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do that. But like I said, once again, what you're saying now doesn't explain your actions as to why you stayed with him. right? I wouldn't say she was a plant cut creator. I would just say that, hey, you know, yeah, and when that money run out, man, they get hurt, boy. They hurt. You get vindictive. Yeah. When that money run out, like I said, they get used to the lifestyle. When that money gone, shit. Man, they coming out the woodwork and shit. You know, oh, he made me, and he, okay. We don't know that Hollywood T. Yeah, like I said, boss lady, she wanted to be an OnlyFans. What's what's that tell you about her? Come on now. Like I said, but you know, they don't want you to look at that. They want you to look at her as like, oh, she's just damsel in distress, and you know, Diddy just made her do this, and like I said, once again, as if she was incapable of getting a job, as if she was incapable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, regular women, and I'm like, she's regular too. I mean, you know, other than being pretty or whatever attracted Diddy to her, whatever attracted, if this is Daffine Joy, whatever attracted 50 to her, you know, being pretty, being fine, having a nice body, all of those things, right? You know, she's regular. I mean, you know what I mean? She out here doing regular shit. She's not doing nothing extraordinary. I mean, if you dating guys with money, okay, cool. She had a baby by 50. If this is her, allegedly, right? Okay, he paying you child support, I'm sure. And you know, it was a situation. If this is her, where 50 kicked down her door, allegedly, they had a little dispute, some kind of disenchantment in their relationship, and I guess I would take that it got resolved. You know, yeah, that's what I was telling Universal Acts. Westmoreland is a real survivor when you think about the big picture. You know, I tried to explain that to somebody yesterday. But like I said, you know, everybody gonna have their own opinion. You know what I mean? You know, and so once again, this lady on the stand, I'm not sure if it's Daffine Joy, she was still with Diddy at the time of his arrest. And so Born King was happening. So my thing is, what were you there for if it was all of this that she explains it to be? We're gonna see. We will definitely see on cross-examination. They're back. Prosecutors, Comey, how did you feel? Jane, I wanted to be with Sean at the end. Prosecution, where would you go? Jane, to his residence. Prosecution, was there any part of these hotel nights you enjoyed? Jane, being with Sean. Like I said, she was going over the same thing. She basically trying to double down. I told y'all after the girl bungling, they had to redeem themselves. And we're going to see with Daffine Joy if that's going to be the same thing, if they're going to have to redeem themselves once the cross-examination begins. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we're gonna see. You know, it's like the salaciousness, yeah, we get it. Y'all saying, yeah, she felt like she was coerced. Okay, yeah, cool. You know. AUSA Comey, would he, basically, I think she's asking, would you text him, Jane, to say I love you? Prosecution, did you text that you wanted to have sex? Jane, yes. With him? Prosecution, with him. Did you text him you wanted to have sex with others? Jane, yes. It was his fantasy. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all just heard her. You just heard her. Like I say once again, as much as the prosecution has tried to what's the name, right? As much as she's tried to what's it? You just heard it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution asks, would you text him? Jane says, to say I love you. Prosecution, did you text him you wanted to have sex? Jane, Yes, with him. Prosecution. Did you text him you wanted to have sex with others? Jane. Yes. 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 It was his fantasy. Prosecution. Did you tell him did you tell it's a typo, ladies and gentlemen. Did you tell you wanted to text? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all see it right here. Yeah, y'all see it right here. She said yes. It was his fantasy. I was trying to live out his fantasy. I wanted to be what he needed me to be. And like I said, if that's what she wanted to do, okay, cool. Right? But, for all intents and purposes, she wanted more. You know what I mean? The 10,000 wasn't enough. Your rent and the 10,000 wasn't enough. I'm telling you, I bet you she didn't save a dime, man. She didn't save a dime. They be thinking that the money train not gonna run out. And because they dealing with somebody, he got money. She knew as long as she was doing what he wanted her to do, no different from a woman, to a man. Or a man to a woman. It's the same thing. People, sometimes get into relationships and the relationships become conditional. Or should I say transactional, if you want to call it that, right? AUSA Comey, did he tell you what to text? Yes. He asked, what do you want? Be explicit. Prosecution. Why did you write the things? Jane, I wanted to make my lover happy. She said she wanted to make him happy. Prosecutor, look at this one from November 9th, 2021. Oh, what did you write? I wrote, I'm horny for you. Right. Okay. No coercion. Right. No coercion at all. Y'all, like I said, we seen it in real live time, man. She wanted to do it. You know what I mean? Like I said, when you get it from these other channels like News Nation, you get it from the, like I said, we heard Michael Francesi, Sammy the Bull Gravano was like, yeah, this, these despicable acts and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. When you think about the big picture, it's like, okay, this is what we doing. There's no RICO, man. They're trying to prove she was coerced. No, she wasn't. She said she liked to do it. She said, I'm horny for you. Right? I wanted to please my man. It was his fantasy. Comey, you don't have to read this, but did you write, I want to suck Paul's dick? Why would you write that? Ladies and gentlemen, she wrote to Diddy, you don't have to read this, but did you write, I want to suck Paul's dick? Why did you write that? He didn't tell her to write that. She wrote that because she was with the shits, man. Come on, man. I knew it would turn Sean on. Who is Paul? Jane, an entertainer. Come on, man. What they want it to be something that it's not. AUSA, you texted him you wanted to stop having hotel nights. Yes. Where? Where? We got to see that. Can we see that? Can we see that too, like we seeing everything else? Or hearing everything else, should I say? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up button. Let them know we over here, man. Gavel to gavel coverage. And it's just getting more interesting by the moment. Andre Styles. Yes, indeed. AUSA Coleman, what did you write here? See, she trying to get this out of the way so that the defense doesn't present these text messages, right? AUSA Coleman, what did you write here? I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Did y'all hear that? She said that she feels okay. She said, so she's saying to him, well, move out then. Trill 88, what's good? Well, move out. You free to go. If you don't want to be there no more, you don't want to do what he want or what you say he wants you to do. Listen, check this out now. I want y'all to understand this is a conscious choice. Listen to what she's saying. So they're conveying in the court, I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room, right? My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. Okay, leave, right? I don't know in a roundabout time when this text message was sent. You don't want to be, or whatever Diddy wanted you to do. You don't want to do it. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. You feel it's the only reason that he paid for the house, right? We need to talk like adults, right? Okay, that's fair. But like I said, if you tired, then you leave. But she didn't leave. So that says she wasn't coerced. She wasn't bribed. She said that I feel like that's the only reason you pay for the house. No, he paid for the house because evidently you need a place to stay. Right? Right or wrong, ladies? Tell me, am I wrong? Is my assessment of this wrong, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? Right, that's what I'm saying, Andre Styles. I'm just saying, like, my thing is, she said, I'm tired. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. Okay, leave. Because evidently when she's texting this, she's not with him, right? And she said, I feel like that's the only reason you pay for the house. Now, that's her feeling. Did he communicate that to her? That if he said that, then yeah. Then, you know, that's a strong possibility, right? But I mean, she's not with him right now. It's like, yo, I don't want to play this role no more. I'm done. Okay, all right, be done. But if she was still with him, my thing is, I want the timeline of these text messages. I think it's in around 2021 is what they said, right? So now, that I don't know if that was in the beginning. I think that was in the beginning of their relationship. So you was with him still until 2024. What kept you there? We looking at her text message, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I don't want to put no words in nobody's mouth. But Jane says, I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking, right? I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. Okay, you are free to go now. I don't want to see you no more. And then she says, I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. No. Because if he didn't pay for the house, you could go move out. We need to talk like adults. You just texted him. So you could leave, right? She just said it, y'all. We not trying to put nothing on it. That's what she just said. She just said that. So leave. You don't need, I feel like it's the only reason. No. He paid for the house because you need a place to live. Because guess what? You could have, how many women have had their own place that have met a guy, whether he's ultra freaky, he like whatever. And I'm not talking about the stuff that we talking about here involving Diddy. I'm talking about, you got your own place, he got his own place. And you see the text before. Look at the text before. So now, the text before, she's basically said, I'll have you read it. You don't have to read it, but did you write, I want to suck Paul's dick? What did you write? Why did you write that? I knew it would turn Sean on. Okay. So look at the testimony before and look at the one down the bottom. Okay, you don't want to be in his life no more. You don't want to play the role no more. Okay, cool. Leave. No, it's not a setup. It's not a setup at all. Like I said, if it's true, this is the young lady who got a baby by 50 Cent. Like I said, if she, certain girls, man, like they know they look good, they know, whatever, and they show up at these places, man. They show up at these places, and they make their presence known. You know what I mean? And no, like I said, once again, when she met Diddy, one of the first things she told him was, oh, I had a relationship with somebody that you don't get along with. Okay. Right? Well, E-Rock, I mean, there's a strong possibility to what you're saying, and that could be true. But you got to understand something, right? It's optional for her to stay. What they're trying to lay out is coercion, right? And the coercion he's not coercing you. She just said it. Listen to what she said. I feel like that's the only reason you pay for the house, right? That's a feeling. That's not a fact. Did he communicate that to her? That's the only reason why? That's what she feeling. She could feel like, well, that's the only reason I feel like you give me $10,000 a month. That would be more like it, right? Comey, how long had Sean been paying your rent? 5 months or so. Prosecution, did you see drugs in the hotel rooms? Objection, overruled. Jane, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, pink powder, which I believe was called Tusi. Prosecutors, who gave them to you? Sean, who gave them to you? You seen drugs in the what's the name? And so, oh man, he gave them to you. She was a child, y'all. He gave a child drugs. Yeah. Yeah, kid adults. That's what I've been trying to tell people, because a lot of people can't really see that. They looking at Diddy. Oh, Diddy got money. It's like, dude, you gotta be careful who you associate and affiliate with nowadays, man. People saying anything, trying to get the bag, whatever. It's like you need a camera. I need you to consent that we gonna do this, that, and the other. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy, man. AUSA Comey, did you ever see any of the entertainers taking drugs? Jane, no. That was one rule. I told them they couldn't take drugs. That was one. Oh, she set some rules up, y'all. Look, check it out now. Ladies and gentlemen, she's setting rules up. She's setting rules up. Look at what she said. The prosecution. Did you ever see any of the entertainers take drugs? No. That was one of my rules. I told them they couldn't take drugs. Oh, so you was in control in the room. So she was in control? Ladies and gentlemen, y'all got to read what she just said now. Check it out. Listen what she said. Did you ever see any of the entertainers take drugs? She said, no, that was one of my rules. Oh, you had rules. So it wasn't just Diddy. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the prior statement. The prosecution is asking her, who gave the drugs to you? She said, Sean. The very next question, she is now in control of whether the entertainers take drugs or not, but not in control of herself and whether she takes drugs or not. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Y'all see that? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. We over here. Look, you got to break it down. The prior testimony says what? How long had you Sean been paying your rent? 5 months or so. Did you see any drugs in the hotel room? Objection, overruled. Jane, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, pink powder, which I believe is called Tusi. Prosecutors, who gave them to you? Sean. Pause. Who gave them to you? Better yet, who provided the drugs? Not who gave them to you. Who provided the drugs? But the phrasing of how that is. But then the second one says it all. She says Sean gave them to. Who gave them to you? Sean, right? Prosecution. Did you ever see any of the entertainers take drugs? No, that was one of my rules. Oh, you had rules. And they were to follow them, right? I told them they couldn't take drugs. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me. Prosecution. How did ecstasy make you feel? Jane, sexual energy. They already covered this yesterday. Man, they running out of shit, man. They rehashing shit, man. Come on, how did ecstasy make you feel? Sexual energy. Wow. Comey, why did you feel you had to take drugs? Right? Now it's the opposite. Otherwise, it would be too real. I wanted to. I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, she said, who gave them to you? Diddy gave her drugs, right? Okay, then the next question comes up. Prosecution, why did you feel you had to take drugs? Jane, otherwise it would be too real. So she was doing the drugs to escape the reality of what was going on? Did Diddy ever hold her captive? Or he just paid her rent and gave her $10,000 a month? Right? I'm just saying, this is what she testified to, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, it would be too real. I wanted to, I don't know. Feel like she started crying. It would make things better earlier. I don't know if that's a typo. Prosecution. Did you ever do hotel nights without drugs? Twice. Once with Paul. He said they sure they're gonna say Anna Lee in the building. Cut creative. Hit the like button, ladies. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up button. Let them know we in here, man. Go and gavel to gavel. AUSA Comey, why didn't you take drugs at that time? I didn't want to do that to my body. So what that means is she had control. She said, why didn't you take drugs that time? I didn't want to do that to my body. But it real to real. I don't know what that means. So I asked Sean for a pill. So she asked Sean for a pill now, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, ladies. Hold on, man. See what I'm saying, man? Look. So, but no, he got her addicted. I don't know a crackhead in the street in the 80s, 90s, and none of that could go into the courtroom and be like, yeah. She'd be like, where you get the drugs from? I got them from him. So he got you addicted to crack? Yeah, he sold it to me. Woo-wee, ladies and gentlemen. Woo-wee, woo-wee, woo-wee. Prosecutors, did Sean give it to you? Yes, I felt better. She said Sean gave it to me. Yes, I felt better. Prosecutor, the second time my partner was taking too many pills. Okay, she said her partner was taking too many pills. I don't know who she's talking about. She's talking about Diddy, or she talking about one of the entertainers, if you will. Jane, he said, I'll do 30 days without drugs, but let's have one last sobriety party at the El Mortage, right? Now, prosecutors, call me. How long did it last? Too long, 18 hours. Prosecutors, what happened? Jane, the first guy, the second guy, I was not feeling well. I threw up. Jane, I told Sean I just thrown up. AUSA call me. What did he say? He said, I guess he said, what did he say? He said, that's good. Now you're ready for the third guy. He's here. AUSA, how did you feel? Jane, I was just disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just too mad. I was just too mad to myself. I guess yeah. But my thing is, like I said, we all sitting here watching this. Like I said, this is her testimony. She could have left. But like I said, once again, everybody talking about, oh, she couldn't have left. She was that. No. You do not get that. You do not get that justification. You don't get that. You need somebody to take care of you. You like somebody to pay your rent. You like somebody to do all of those things for you. Leave this motherfucker alone. Evidently, he's not the guy. Right? Absolutely, Born King. Yeah, like I said, I mean, but like I said, right. What they're trying to do is basically trying to establish coercion. Because that's one of the predicate, what's the name's act in the RICO, right? They're trying to say that she was coerced, right? But like you said, Born King, it doesn't come across that way based on the fact that of what's going on. Check it out. So basically, she had thrown up, Jane, I was mad. I had let myself get into this. Hold on, listen. Once again, she said she was mad. Ladies and gentlemen, look at her last words before they took a little break, ladies and gentlemen. What did she say? I was mad. I had let myself get into this. She let herself get into it. She said, I was mad. I let myself get into this. She wasn't coerced. She let herself get into this. You see it right here. They want you to look. This is what I'm saying. Like I said, once again, it's time for accountability. People are not being accountable and held accountable for their behavior. Yo, Diddy did some crazy, freaky stuff. But she said, I'm mad that I let myself get into this. This would be a good time for a break. Right? Yeah, she messing with I wouldn't call him a sexual deviant, but a guy who on one hand is doing what he's doing and she with it. I feel like that's the only reason why you pay for the place. Okay, we'll leave him alone. And you ain't got to worry about that no more. Right? You say Diddy was like Lay's chips. They couldn't keep their hand out of the bag, huh? Yeah. I guess it was more better than going on. She said she wanted to go on OnlyFans. I guess it was better than going on OnlyFans, right? I mean, it ain't, Ivan, you know what? It ain't even whether she nice looking or not. And if this is who they say it is, she got a baby by 50 Cent. You can look her up. You can Google her, right? Daffine Joy is her name, from what I understand. You can look her up and see if she's to your liking or you know, you would like the way that she look or whatever. You know what I mean? Oh, she did more better. I don't know if she did. She went on. So there you go. Hold on now. If she went to OnlyFans, now check this out. All of the, like I said, once again, the accountability thing, right? You know, she has a right to do OnlyFans. That's her business. She can do whatever she wants to. She could do OnlyFans. Thank you, Fatima. I'm just talking about what's going on. You know how we do. But she did OnlyFans, right? You know, like I said, I don't know what it was. I remember the situation between her and 50 Cent, him allegedly kicking down the door or something like that, you know, going through some kind of disenchantment with his baby mom, if this is her, right? Right, absolutely. It got crazy. So you went online and you checked it out, right? And so by that being what that is, yeah, like I said, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, you know what I mean? What it is that that made, you know, her do what she did. Like I said, you know, she could say the same thing about 50 Cent. You know what I mean? Yeah, you see what she said? That was one of my rules. What rules? Oh, you had rules with this shit. I mean, just before she was telling us that it was all Diddy. Diddy made her do it. You know, Diddy made me do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was Diddy made me do it, y'all. Yeah, yeah. Diddy was out. I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, Diddy was out of control. He was out of control with it. I mean, as far as I guess I would say the demands that he made or put on her or whatever you want to call it. But like I said, one has a right to lead this situation, and she didn't. She stayed for whatever reason. Guess it's just as good as mine. Yeah. So this is a side note, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Some of what we not getting in the court, right? Eventually, Sean Combs wanted to have sex with Jane after she had spent hours with a male prostitute. His former girlfriend testified under her court-approved pseudonym. Jane explained that due to her love and infatuation with Combs, she longed for one-on-one time with him, which she only got after having sex with other men while he watched. I started to feel obligated, right? That I had to perform, Jane said. Once again, these are feelings. This is nothing that he told her. When somebody said, I felt obligated, you know, I felt like a ghost was coming through the wall. You felt like something, but that didn't mean that the ghost was coming. You know what I mean? And like I said, her feelings are left up to her and Diddy, not for me to decide what it is, but when she's telling this out and it's a public statement, we got to understand what it is. Her testimony is strikingly similar to Cassie Ventura, who dated Combs years before Jane. In this trial's first week, Ventura also broke down on the stand and she said freak-offs were the only time I could get with Combs, right? But that's not true, though, because she said that they would go out on the yachts and do all of these things together, you know, on side of the freak-offs or after the freak-offs. She said that. So like I said, a lot of times the characterization from these other media outlets is totally wrong. Like I said, to make it, I guess, engaging as possible to the reader, if you will, right? Y'all gonna see sometime in the future, and because none of us are given, the pleasure of having these kind of arguments or this kind of gratitude extended to us in certain situations, especially as black men, right? We don't get the same break, the same consideration as a lot of people do. We know that, throughout history. And so, like I said, I the best example I can give is the drug war. When it was the crack era, right? It was lock them up, lock them up, lock them up, lock them up. And the disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine, because most of the white people and the higher ups, they like to sniff powder. And, crack was mainly an inner city drug that also Caucasian people took pleasure in using. But they were predominantly locking up African-American males and Latino males, or should I say people of color for that, and giving them these harsh-ass sentences, as if they were unrehabilitatable, if you will, right? And then when it came down to now what's going on with the fentanyl thing and all of that, you can clearly see that the fentanyl is not controlled by anybody. Donald Trump got sanctions on China because China make fentanyl and they supposedly funnel it through these other countries and things of that nature, right? So, but the once it started to hit the suburbs, and then now here comes this, they're doing documentaries about it, the opioid crisis and all of those. None of those were controlled by inner city African Americans. This was a legal thing that came from corporations. Purdue Pharmacy is one of them, right? They got a $10 billion fine. You know what I mean? Nobody went to prison. Nobody went to prison. They got a $10 billion fine because it was legal and sanctioned by the government, right? So when you understand that, now it's an epidemic. Oh, now they need rehab, right? We didn't get that benefit of the doubt. And what it came to find out is they said basically the ghetto was flooded with crack cocaine to fund the Nicaraguan drug, the war in Nicaragua, if you will. So, and these are facts, and also coming from Freeway Ricky Ross, right? So when we understand that, once again, this is the thing about America. So as I look at this trial with Diddy, oh yeah, he was weird. He liked sex and all of these old crazy things that he was into and all of this shit, right? But he doesn't get that same consideration. I mean, sex is what it was, and all that was his girlfriend, and we listening to all of these things that they did in their bedroom, right? Right. The Abercrombie and Finch guy, what happened with their case? Y'all don't even know, right? You don't even know. And so that's what I'm talking about. So, yeah. When we talk about you don't get the same break. You just don't. Just like the girl, what was her name? Mia, right? Mia was a Caucasian female who worked for Diddy. Diddy wasn't racist. It seemed like he gave everybody an opportunity. You know what I mean? And his CFO, Ferguson, he actually testified to this. Like I say, that was one of the things he was happy about Diddy with, is because he gave minorities an opportunity that nobody else gave them, right? But this girl, Mia, she used the name Mia, which sounds like an ethnic name, a predominantly Latin name, if you will, right? She said she got pulled over by the police in LA. And when she got pulled over by the police, she said that she told the police officer, it was a female police officer who she worked for, she immediately name dropped Diddy. That's the first time I've ever name dropped. We didn't ask her that. She volunteered that. So we know that 9 times out of 10, if she's going to volunteer something like that, that it wasn't true, right? This is the first time that I've ever name dropped, right? And so, in her doing that, the police officer said, well, get him on the phone. She called Diddy. Diddy answered the phone. And when he answered the phone, the police officer said, oh, I love you, Puff Daddy, blah, 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 right? And the girl didn't get a ticket. You know what I'm saying? And so, once again, for whatever reason, she used Diddy's name. She didn't get a ticket. Then she comes back years later after getting $200,000 in some kind of employment, a lawsuit she filed, never mentioning anything about sexual abuse, never mentioning anything about him raping her or anything like that, when she went to get this money for the work employment, an employment attorney or whatever, right? Or bonuses or whatever. She was no longer going to be working for Diddy. She never mentioned anything about sexual assault. It wasn't until she hired a lawyer in 2024 that came up. So if all of this was going on when she was leaving the job, when she filed her, I think it was 2017, when she filed her lawsuit in 2017, she could have mentioned, what was going on with this. She could have got a way bigger bag, right? She didn't mention it because it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Everything that she was doing with Diddy was consensual, right? And the cold part about it is she was masquerading as Cassie's friend. And she was doing it behind Cassie's back. And she really didn't care, right? And so when Diddy threatened her with the, threatened to tell Cassie everything, she was like, she kind of like, oh, no, don't do that, blah, 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 right? But more importantly than that, it wasn't threatening to tell her everything. They were on a plane going somewhere, and they say everybody else was asleep. He came back there, and she was like, she said that something to the effect of, oh, not right here, because somebody might hear, somebody might see, somebody might whatever, right? Now you on a plane 31,000 feet in the air. Ain't that what you want? You want somebody to hear, you want somebody to see, because he's doing you wrong, or you being, taken advantage of, right? That wasn't the case, right? So that was another incident that said to me, once again, like, hold on, what's going on? Yeah, she got a lawsuit too. The girl bungling, she got a lawsuit too. Talking about, he fondled my breast. Like, what do you mean? Like, he picked me up in between my arms, like, and lifted me up. He picked me up, and when he did that, he was touching my breast, like, right? You forced to deal with these accusations. Like I said, I go back to Tupac, the young lady that said that Tupac did that to her. I don't know if a lot of you guys seen that one time or another few years back, she had posted a picture, basically took a picture in front of a Tupac mural. I believe it was in New York City, and took a picture in front of the mural of Tupac's mural and posted it on her Instagram. I'm like, wow. You mean this is the guy that actually she said that did the things that she said that he did to her, and she's actually taking a picture in front of the mirror and posting it on her Instagram? When in fact, when Tupac was charged with that situation, they overcharged him. There was no rape. There was none of that. They didn't even have sex that night. Right? No semen, no forced entry, none of those things, right? But they sat Tupac through that trial, right? The evidence came out, And once the real evidence came out that there was not none of these things, right? They sentenced Tupac for sodomy, forcibly touching her on her butt. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a woman that Tupac had sex with, who gave Tupac oral sex on the middle of a dance floor in a nightclub the first night she met him. They had relations, right? But then came this one situation, and like I said, that's why I told you guys, look, that's why I told you guys, this book right here, you got to go get this book, because Tupac explained to Donald Richardson, no relation, in this book, and when it was like I didn't understand it, right? He explained so thoroughly about, because when Tupac went to Rikers, you know what I mean? He went to Rikers before he went to Clinton Correctional Facility, right? This guy right here on the cover of the book wrote the book about the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to pick up this book. Like I said, once again, it's a great read, and I was floored. I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? I didn't know he felt like that, and that was the reason why she went and she did what she did. It's so like the sentiment and the feeling in this Diddy case, that when I read this book, I was like, oh, so this is kind of like what's going on. The book is on Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. You got to cop it. You got to cop it. Like I said, or you don't have to cop it, but like I said, I'm a sucker for information. I like to do my research. And so, like I said, more importantly, when you get down to the gist of what it is, right? I understood. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he felt like that. You know what I mean? I didn't know she felt like that, right? And then once you listen to this, so during the break, as you see right here, Combs in animated conversation with Agnofilo, Shapiro, and Steele are talking with his hands. I mean, we don't know what could be read into that, right? But yeah, so when you understand that, and you understand, okay, I'm not gonna tell you the whole book of what's in the book, but when you read the book, you'll understand. You'll be like, then you can go and relate it to what we're seeing now and what we're gonna see in the future, because a person doesn't get what they want, right? And it was the same thing in dealing with Haitian Jack and other people that were in the room, right? It was never with Tupac. And like I said, but Tupac was the target because he was the somebody. He was the only person that went to jail. For an extensive amount of time, right? And so, like I said, once again, then to see this young lady come back years later, after all of this, Tupac is dead and all of this stuff, and to see her take a picture in front of a mural in New York and then post it on her Instagram, I was perplexed, because I was like, well, how in the hell are we supposed to read into that? Well, what are we supposed to read into that? So yeah, it's crazy. Let me give some shout outs, y'all. We got shout out Raquel Jackson, Trill 88, Ann and Lee, always a pleasure. Mark Arbery, Mo Better, Ray Johnson, Fatima, Breadfruit Swapper, Andre Styles, B-Town Entertainment, SLLE 44, Namin McKnight. Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out. Now, I knew 50 was giving her big money at one time. I think they readjusted the child support. I think that was one of her gripes also from that perspective. And I think they readjusted it. You might find that online somewhere, how they readjusted her child support. Like I said, they being allowed to frame it how they want to frame it. So it is what it is. We're going to see what happens on the cross-examination. Hopefully we can get to the cross-examination before lunchtime. SLLE 44. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, yeah, they trying to get under his skin. Like I said, it wouldn't even matter at this particular point, because when you think about the big picture, getting under his skin is, like I said, it was all consensual. But she's trying to make it seem like I said, once again, Diddy believed his own hype, right? You know what I mean? He believed his own hype from that perspective, and instead of working out his issues, you know what I mean? Because it seemed like he had issues. You know, certain things got him excited. You know what I mean? What I'm really seeing is certain things, you know, him seeing his woman or his girlfriend or a woman with another man got him excited. That was one of his triggers, right? And so, you know, I guess the situation, the cold part about it is, notice I've never heard her say that Diddy hit her, right? We haven't heard about any domestic violence in this situation, right? Yeah. See, RKTV, thank you for doing that one, RK. RKTV said it went from 40K a month to 6,700 a month. So 50 was paying a Daffine Joy, if this is her on the stand, 40,000 a month, and it got reduced to 6,700 a month. And so, once again, she got greedy and it got lowered. You see what I'm saying? So now, once again, you can best believe, RK TV, you can best believe that that's going to come up on the cross-examination. It's not about what she's saying that she was forced, Andre. They're trying to make it seem, they're trying to create this coercion. And then she said, you know, I felt like that was the only reason why you was paying the rent. Hold on, let's be perfectly clear. And living in LA and $6,700 a month, you can't live nowhere fabulous. You know, like you can with $40,000 a month, right? So let's be clear about that. So Diddy paying $10,000 a month wherever she wanted to live at, right? And then giving her $10,000 a month allowance or whatever. You know, now we understand, you know, what's really going on. I told you, she wanted to get broke off like Cassie. She was still with, listen, ladies and gentlemen, for the people who just came in the chat, she was still with Diddy when he got locked up. She testified to that yesterday. They were still an item, right? Okay. Pause. We understanding that, then you understand the reduction from 40,000 from 50 to 6,700 a month, right? Now you understand the motivation. Right? There you go. Or not the youngest son. So Money Mike, my bad. So if you can go look it up. Let me see. I can look it up. Hold on. But I believe Daffine Joy's situation got reduced. Let me see something. Hold on. Okay. So now, yeah, I did a little research real fast, ladies and gentlemen. Daffine Joy, actress, model, and mother of 50 Cent's youngest son, Sire, is one of the names mentioned in the sexual harassment lawsuit filed against Diddy, right? So she is filing a lawsuit. Joy, 37, was named as one of the women allegedly paid a monthly fee to work as Combs' sex worker. The lawsuit, now this is, like I said once again, this is a sexual harassment lawsuit. But as of now, 50 Cent was trying to get actual custody of his son. So, yeah. But like I said, and then so she came back. She was like, let's put the real focus on your true evil actions. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if y'all know, but right here, I'm looking at it right now. Daffine Joy is accused 50 Cent of raping her. I don't know if y'all know that, but like it says right here, it says she continued. Oh, let me give y'all the whole shakedown. Daffine Joy, a lawsuit in question was filed by a former employee of Bad Boy producer named Rodney L. Robbins. This is from Lil Rod's lawsuit. Remember, he had put Daffine Joy name in there, right? Last month, in addition to Joy, so it wasn't nothing that she said against Diddy. This was Lil Rod's lawsuit filed by Tyrone Blackburn, who the Bongolan said she had as a lawyer, but he was putting stuff in the lawsuit that didn't actually happen. So she fired him. She testified to that yesterday and the day before. He also listed a rapper Young Miami and an influencer named Jay Ramey as alleged sex workers for Diddy, right? So Young Miami was, I guess she was with the game too. The City Girls, MC Joy, have denied the claims, right? So all of those other women denied the claims. In response, though, 50 Cent 48 took to Instagram, says, I didn't know you was a sex worker. He wrote in the caption under the image of him standing in the rain smoking a cigar holding an umbrella. You little sex worker, laughing out loud, he continued. Yo, this is a movie. Shortly after 50 Cent's shady post, news outlets reported that he intended to file for full custody of his son, Sire. Joy responded with a lengthy post on social media, firing back at the power creator and publicizing some accusations of her own. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is what she said about 50. She said, everything is a joke to you until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You are, she said, you are wreaking real havoc, frenzy, and chaos unto people's lives. Joy wrote on her Instagram story to the rapper and producer. How would you feel if Sire was the one in handcuffs? Listen, ladies, for nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to use this against her. They're going to use this against her. See, once again, she wrote on her Instagram page, listen to me, I want you to understand. She's already said in a post that she wrote on her Instagram page that Diddy was in cuffs for nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is again. He said, everything, she's talking about what 50 said about her. Everything is a joke to you until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You wreak real havoc, frenzy, and chaos on the people's lives. Joy wrote on her Instagram story to the rapper and producer. How would you feel if Sire was the one in handcuffs? For nothing, she said. We've moved to New York to give you an opportunity to be a father to your son, and you saw him 10 times out of 2 years that he lived 1 mile away from you. I am tired of upholding and protecting an image to our son that you have never earned, right? She continued. Listen what she says about her and 50's relationship. She continued, let's put the real focus on your true evil actions of raping me and physically abusing me. You are no longer my oppressor, and my God will handle you from this point on. You have permanently damaged the last hope I had for you as a father to preserve our family with these last and final false claims made against me. You have broken our hearts for the last and final time. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, for the people who did not know, Daffine Joy, if this is who she is on the stand, she accused 50 Cent of raping her and physically abusing her also. Don't know if it's true, but she did say in her Instagram post, which I'm sure they're going to use on cross-examination, that Diddy was in cuffs for nothing. So let's go. Yeah. This is going to get interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Eight minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, in the City Press, Comey, what assistant? Jane, Brendan, Frank, John, prosecutors. Let me show you a photo of Brendan, not shown in the gallery or no reason to redact. So why not? Jane, that's him. He would bring pill bottles. Then there would be cocaine. So I think Brendan is isn't that the white guy that got caught with them at the airport, right? AUSA Comey, from security. Did he call for drugs? Jane, Fahim, Sean called him Fa. Prosecutors, who else brought drugs? Jane, Guido. He bought mostly ecstasy, Molly, and Xanax, and coke. Prosecutors, did you take Xanax? Jane, yes. After I put Sean to sleep. She said, after I put Sean to sleep, I don't know what that means. Yeah, this is going to get interesting, y'all. This is going to get very interesting. So Daffine Joy, right? Yeah, like Trill 88. But like I said, once again, when you, like now that she's saying all of this stuff about Diddy, the thing that she said in her Instagram post is that Diddy was in cuffs for nothing, right? That's what she said in her Instagram post. But she since, and at that particular time, I believe Diddy was still free, so she can't now be like, oh, I was scared of him. No, you were benefiting from it. Right now, he locked up, he in jail. She like, shit, I got to file a lawsuit because now I got to go get a job. So, yeah, this, like I said, it's going to get interesting, man. She's saying like who brought drugs, like whatever. Like, yo, they were getting high. It wasn't like they, like I said, once again, when they talk about the drug thing, right? It's kind of like, I wouldn't say laughable, but it's kind of funny to the effect that they were getting high, right? And so from that perspective, they were getting high. Okay. Prosecutors, Comey, did you ever carry drugs for Sean? Yes. From LA to Miami. KK told me. I'll have security come out and give you the package. I asked, is it safe and okay? Prosecutors, what did KK tell you? Jane, she said, it's fine. I do it all the time. AUSA Comey, where did you, so she, okay now. So now she's basically testifying that she was carrying illegal drugs. Or we don't know if they were illegal. She said drugs. We don't know if these drugs were illegal. But I think it's illegal to carry other people's drugs other than your own prescription drugs, right? Okay. She's now admitting to carrying drugs on a plane, right? Did you ever carry illegal drugs for Sean? Yes, from LA to Miami. KK told me. See, once again, if somebody told me, Sean gave me, right? There's no accountability of her own. If you get on, listen to me, ladies and gentlemen, this is crazy. If you get on a plane with drugs, right? If you get caught, private plane or otherwise, right? You can't tell them people, or you probably can, depending on how much it is and depending on how much they want to know. KK gave it to me. She told me it was okay. She did it all the time. Well, the police gonna be like, or the feds gonna be like, we ain't talking about KK. We talking about you, right? And then people end up flipping and turning states of federal witness, as we see right here, right now. Right? AUSA Comey, where did you give Sean the package? Jane, in the bathroom of 2-star. He opened it and then saw colorful pills, I assumed. Ladies and gentlemen, when she used the word, I assumed. Prosecutors, I don't want you to assume. Did you take the pills? Jane, yes. For a hotel night, it was ecstasy. Uh, 50 was right, though. Like I said, I mean, from what she's explaining now, you know, she like 50 was like, this shit is a movie. Yeah, that's what I say, classy. She trafficking drugs now. But KK made me do it. Diddy gave it to me. I'm not responsible for none of this. You know what I mean? That's the part that gets me. You know, where's the accountability? Yo, you did it, you did it. Tanya V, what's good? Dirk Diggler, what's good? PA, classy in the building. Sean Keith of Bonner. Drew Monger, what's good? Limitless, Mo Better. True 88. Maybe, I mean, because you could get it from one place and have it and get it safely instead of, or trustful source, then you don't have to deal with two people, two different places. Consistency. That's why people buy drugs. They get drugs from the pharmacy. They like oxycodone and stuff like that instead of the other stuff because they know what they're getting. JP6 Gunner, what's good? Corey Simmons, what's good? Hit the like button, ladies, gentlemen. Hit the share button, y'all. We going gavel to gavel with it. I can't wait till the cross-examination starts. She basically testified, Daffine Joy testified some months back that Diddy was in handcuffs for nothing. Remember, I told y'all that right here, right now. Or reminded you guys of that. Prosecution. Did you move drugs from Sean one time for another? Yes, she said, did you move drugs for Sean another time? Jane, yes, in my luggage from L.A. to Miami. There, Sean and I used them. They were ecstasy. USA, before May and October 2021, who reached out to the entertainer? Sean, then who? Me. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her admitting that she was with the shits, man. We got her, there it is right there. AUSA Comey, did you move drugs for Sean another time? Jane, yes, in my luggage from LA to Miami. There, Sean and I used them. They were ecstasy. Prosecutors, before May and October of 2021, who reached out to the entertainers? Right? Basically, Jane, Sean. AUSA, then who? Me. She was with it. She was with it. She's with it, ladies and gentlemen. AUSA, why did you start choosing? Jane, I didn't want to just be a stranger. I assessed the dynamic of our relationship. So listen, ladies and gentlemen. Why did you start choosing the entertainers? She said, I didn't want to just be a stranger. I assessed the dynamic of our relationship. We were walking porn, and I saw a performer and said, that one. We were watching porn, she said. She just said walking. We were watching porn, and I saw a performer, and I said, that one. Oh, she was picking them out now. Who was that? Who was that? Boss Blick. You gotta really get some of this. You gotta get some of this good information right here, Boss Blick, because what you just came in and said not true according to the testimony that we just heard. She said they was watching porn and she seen one dude. She was like, him, that one. AUSA, why did you want to choose? Right? I couldn't get away from this. See, there she go with that. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We back, ladies and gentlemen. We back. She said she couldn't get away from it. Remember that we see the inconsistencies, ladies, in her story. Check this out. She said now she's saying she couldn't get away from it. Remember just back a few testimonies ago, a few testimonies ago, she said that we needed to talk like adults because she didn't want to keep paying this part in his life. Now she's testifying that she couldn't get away from this. Or 1 minute ago, Jane, I sent Sly a message over Instagram. Prosecutors, Comey, did he respond? Yes, I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there. Prosecutors, what happened? It got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself. Right? Yeah, yo, so look, they was watching porn. She seen one of the porn star guys. They reached out to the porn star guy. They talking to the porn star guy on FaceTime. She said it got steamy, hot and heavy. She asked the porn star dude to show himself to her. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? What's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? She was with it, like, and hold on. I couldn't get away from this. Right. You couldn't get away from the money. Stop it. Yeah, USA Comey. He showed me his genitals. Jane, yes. He showed you his genitals. Jane, yes. And I was casting from my phone to Sean's television. AUSA, how did you get Sly from Atlanta to LA? I told Sean I would arrange his flight. She paid for Sly's flight from Atlanta. She paid for the flight. Oh my God. Is she interstate sex trafficking? Wow. She said, I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online on Expedia. Sean paid me back. Prove it. So she was booking the flight. Man, you can't put that man in jail for no shit like this, man. You got to be kidding me. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Here we go. Look. I thought they said Diddy flew him in. Right? Comey, what happened? He was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was my first time. AUSA, first time what? Jane, contacting an adult film star. I had told him it was me and my partner. Right? I had told him it was me and my partner. So mine is, what do you mean? She said she contacted him on FaceTime and she cast it to him. I guess he couldn't see Diddy, and from whatever. For the first time, I was contacting adult film star. I had told him it was me and my partner. He was fine. What hotel? The El Montage, I believe. Yeah, she choosing Born King. Yeah, she choosing. Right. But it was Diddy who was the what's the name? It's cool. We get it, man. We get it, man. And like I say once again, we get it. She's accepting some semblance of accountability, if you will. That's not what she testified to, Boss Blick. But we get it. We sitting here looking at the testimony. No, Boss Blick say it's been known for weeks. You right, Boss Blick. Whatever you say. We over here, we got it gavel to gavel, Boss Blick. That ain't gonna work, man. That ain't gonna work. You ain't knew nothing for weeks. Stop it, man. He's clairvoyant. Boss Blick is clairvoyant. He knew it for weeks. Jane, it was the routine. The oils would come out. I'd be in a uniform. I'd dance. Then sex, prosecution. Comey. What was Sean doing? Masturbating. Prosecutors. Then who invited him the next times? Jane, I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me. Ladies and gentlemen, Boss Blick is in here capping. We got the testimony right here, right now. Boss Blick saying that something that was just testified to approximately 1 minute ago, he knew a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, he knew. Boss, he knew a couple of weeks ago. You heard it right here, right now, 1 minute ago in the courtroom in the Southern District of New York. It was said that what? It was the routine. The oils would come out. I'd be in a uniform. I danced in sex. Prosecutors Comey. What was Sean doing? Masturbating. Prosecutors. Then who invited him the next times? Jane. I did. I would suggest Sly. Right? He was familiar to me. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Where did Boss Blick go? You know when they can't win an argument, ladies, they run. Ladies and gentlemen, they run, right? They leave when they can't win the argument. Yeah, Craig tell me he's a mind reader. Oh, we knew that a week ago. You ain't know nothing a week ago. Where Boss Blick go at? Boss, where you going? He going through the internet pipeline, man. Yeah. He said, we knew that a week ago, 3 weeks ago. Oh, you did? Did you? Did you? Well, shit, if you knew it a week ago, man, then you great. AUSA Comey, where else did you meet Sly? Jane, the Trump Hotel. AUSA Comey, the Trump Hotel in New York? Jane, yes. I would book his flights from Atlanta. I would book his flights from Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, she testified on her Instagram that Diddy didn't do nothing. Right? She said he in jail for he in handcuffs for nothing. AUSA Comey, the Trump Hotel in New York. Jane, yes, I would book the flights from Atlanta. AUSA, and you paid him afterwards? Yes. $2,000 to $4,000. AUSA, where from? Objection. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, she paid the flights. She booked the flights. Ladies and gentlemen, we ain't worrying about no Tisa Tells minions, man. Tisa Tells minions don't beat the truth. We still with the direct testimony, Anonymous 3. Ladies and gentlemen, they want you to believe, right, that someone who was in a relationship with Diddy, who was flying this dude that she liked out, right, porn star guy, right? Oh, she got dumped by Jason Derulo too. She was getting around. Oh wow. So Daffine really wasn't full of joy, huh? Yeah, this is nonsense. We seeing it come. Like I said, once again, all you gotta do is follow the testimony. People want you to believe what their theory is. Oh God. I don't need you to sell me no theory. I don't need you to sell me no excuse. I don't need a justification for somebody else's actions based on your theory, right? USA Comey, where did this cash to pay Sly come from? Jane, Sean, from the drawer. Sometimes we use Cash App. AUSA, there was a second adult entertainer you reached out to? Jane, yes. Anton. I think Anton Harris. It was his stage name. I don't know his real name. Wow. She wanted money, dog. Yeah, she wanted money, y'all. Yeah, she self-trafficking. Yeah, right. She wanted money, ladies and gentlemen. She wanted money. She wanted money. It's clear today. It's clear as day, man. She wanted money, man. Diddy didn't break her off, so she came to testify against him. Like I said, we don't know if all what she's saying is true. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, like I said, once again, they just trying to lay it out, man, and hoping that the jury believe what they wanted to believe. That's what I'm saying. But like, you know, when you have a RICO case, there is some kind of profit, some kind of something being paid, right? Say, what's the difference between the sex worker and the porn star? Right. That my point, Mo Better. You know what I mean? 1 minute is, you know, he you know, hey, like I said, yeah, the cross reveals the truth. Like I said, they look like they trying to keep on going with Daffine Joy. She's gonna be up here for 3 days, probably a whole week. Jane, we were watching Anton's films and I was really into him. Ladies and gentlemen, what the fuck is this, man? What's going on, y'all? Yeah, Money Mike, she wanted millions like Cassie. He didn't give it to her. So she went and testified against him. And she got a lawsuit, probably by now. But they gonna hem her up on cross-examination. Based on what I saw from her Instagram, yeah, she said Diddy was in jail for nothing, in handcuffs for nothing. We were watching, she said, Jane said, we were watching Anton, this is another film star, we were watching Anton's film, and I was really into him. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. AUSA, how did Anton respond? Positively. We were in my first residence. Prosecution, what happened? The same. Sean watched, happy. So she basically said, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it my way. Ladies and gentlemen, is that not how y'all read into this? She said, if we was gonna do this, we're gonna do this my way. We're gonna do it with the people that I like to be with, not the people that you or whatever, right? They said 5 days she gonna be up here. Yeah, right. There you go. Absolutely. They told her they'd probably arrest her too if she didn't testify. But you know what they're trying, I know what they're trying to establish now. They're trying to get it all out the way so that they think that the prosecution, the defense wouldn't have anything to cross-examine on, right? What it said, AUSA Comey, did you see Anton again? Yes. Sometimes at hotels in LA, sometimes in my apartment. AUSA, did you FaceTime with Anton and Sly? Yes. When Sean and I were alone having sexy times. I thought she said that they never got a chance to be alone. That's, once again, another lie, right? Jane, yes. When Sean and I were alone having sexy times. Prosecution, why would Sean call them? He wanted something live. I don't know. Yeah, I guess he like looking at dudes too. Crazy. Yeah, but like I said, there's a lot of women who operate like that, man. If they ain't getting them from a guy, it's like this is the culture that's been created. You know what I mean? Like I said, once again, you see it, and right here, yeah, it's a little something strange for some change, man. Diddy said he wanted something live, and I'm sure they're gonna be like, "What do you mean by live?" Jane, I was doing like sexting, FaceTime, and screen sharing to Sean's TV. I told Sly and Anton I was alone so they would feel comfortable. Prosecution, did you ask Sly and Anton to send you pictures of their genitals? Jane, yes. Sean wanted them. He would say, get it. Yeah. So, I guess he like looking at all of that too. I mean, when you watch porn, you watching all of that anyway, so it is what it is, right? Yeah, absolutely, after the money, yeah, after the money dry up, yeah, I'm suing. He did that. He did me wrong. He didn't break me off enough. Prosecutors, Comey, did Anton or Sly ever send you photos of their genitals when you were not with Sean? Yes. So she was doing the 1-2, on her own. I was polite and flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as I was when I was with Sean. She was what she was when she was, because that's who she was when she was, man. Now she try to, tone it down. AUSA, did you ever see Anton and Sly in person without Sean? No. She's trying to get all of this out because she know the defense is going to cover it, right? So that's the reason why she's trying to get all of this out. Yeah, she said she wanted to do OnlyFans. But I mean, like I said, the stuff that she's testified that she's doing and that she was involved in or complicit in now, it trying to trumps and tops that, if you will, right? Right, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to make it make sense, Anonymous 3. You're absolutely right. She wanted to do OnlyFans, but now saying she more flirtatious with Diddy, make it make sense. Yeah, right now they just muddying her name. No, right now what they trying to do is they trying to get out any kind of admissions that would make her appear to be not reliable, if you will. But she's complicit and she's admitting her complicity in the situation, right? Well, that's what they're trying to do. They basically trying to get all of that out. You know what I mean? Her saying, "Yeah, did you ever did you ever ask for pictures of the genitals and all of that?" Because I'm sure if they got her phone, all the text messages that the prosecution got, the defense would want to get too. So they got, stuff that they're going to come back with and cross-examine with, right? Once again, here we go. Look, as a matter of fact, the prosecution called me. Are these your texts with Sly? Let me show you. Text not shown on exhibit screen in gallery. Jane, I was asking for explicit photos or videos from him. That's what my partner wanted. And AUSA, what did Sly say? He said, "I'm down." Yeah, absolutely. Tanya V for the defense, Joy. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, they're gonna expose her. Like I said, she's asking for all of this. Then she going behind the back trying to seem like she was innocent. And I couldn't get away from this. She's engaging with the porn star talking about send me pictures. because that's what Diddy wanted. Come on, man, stop it, man. Prosecution. Comey, what did you say? I wrote, I'm touching myself. Then, what's your full name and date of birth, right? Why that? To book his travel. What did you write? She's booking Jen. Jen was November 9th, 2021, the flight. So I guess this is the part when they say the part where he interstate whatever Jen or whoever it was. I don't know. I guess we're gonna get to that too. You say Universal has said. At this point, I'm about to make up some lies, get some money on Diddy too. Get some money from Diddy too. Right. Like I said, she alleging all of these things, right, that happened and so on and so forth. Yeah. It's no different than like you paying, this is the funny part. You paying somebody that from out of town, you meet a girl, and this is a very slippery slope, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, but it won't apply to you or the average person unless somebody makes some kind of accusation. So as to flying a girl out and all of that, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fly her out. Don't whatever. None of that shit. If she ain't got her own money and she can't pay her own way, don't even deal with her. Yeah. They not gonna lock her up. You know what I mean? They probably gave her immunity and told her, well, you won't be charged or whatever, right? So, but like I said, once again, if you like a girl, don't fly her out. Don't do none of that. Don't do none of that. If she ain't got no money, right? If she ain't got no money, don't mess with her. If she broke, don't mess with her. Yeah. All that pretty shit is out the door. Yeah. Well, it's not even so much as they guilty. Were they going to charge them with anything anyway? Could they have charged them with anything anyway? Did they have all the evidence that they needed to have to be able to prosecute the case? Like I said, if they made threats, okay, cool. Like, Yeah, you can't trust nobody like nowadays, man. People just out here saying shit, man. Yep. Yep. So, like I said in the chat, I'm putting it out there. Do not fly no chick in town. She ain't got no money. She can't get there herself. Do not mess with her. I'm telling you right now, boy. Prosecution Comey, when you received these explicit images, you were alone? Jane, yes. So she asking dude to send pictures while she by herself, but then saying, yeah, they for her lover or whatever. She using Diddy to get whatever. I sent a blander message, right? Then he texts me in April of 2022, hello, beautiful. How was your day? Right? AUSA, why did Jess book the flight? I was too high to type. He's the entertainer or whatever that is, right? She said I was too high to type. Right. She all in the mix. She too high to type. She too high to write. She high as a kite. Yeah, she doing plenty of it on her own. But like I said, that's not what they after. They don't care about what she doing all this. She could have sold as many kilos of cocaine as she wanted to sell. When it came time to turn evidence on the people that she was getting it from, they gave her immunity. It's simple as that. Right, Anthony Logistics. So if you do something, so we say, if you do something so-called foul, it's Puff's fault. Yeah, and like I said, they can blame other people now. It's his fault. That's like I said, you got to watch out who you deal with now, man. It's crazy. Not like I said, I don't see it as, like I said, I don't see it as, I see them inviting people into their relationship. Like I said, you know, she said, well, where the money came from? It came from Diddy. She booked the flights, but they don't want her. They want Diddy. So we're gonna see how this goes about. Like I said, sometimes it doesn't work. You know what I mean? As far as them trying to you know, sometimes the jury say, you know what, the government, you know, all of this was going on and people were with it. And now you saying that it's his fault. You know what I mean? We gonna vote not guilty. It's simple as that. Or you get 2 or 3 holdouts and they be like, no, not guilty. Everybody guilty. If none of them are guilty, then he not either. We you know what I mean? That's how sometimes juries look at it. Depending on what the jury is, a lot of times juries look at it like that. They basically saying to themselves, you know what? You know, if they not guilty, then he not guilty. You know what I mean? The government can give out deals and then go after whoever they want to go after, right? The jury said, no, They get away with it. He get life in prison. He wasn't no ringleader. Everybody was with it, right? Comey, other entertainers. Jane, Paul, and Don, and Sean coordinated others. AUSA between May 2021 and October 2023. How often were the hotel nights? Jane, often, every week, every other week. AUSA after February 24th. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, she's still with Diddy in February, ladies. Y'all gotta understand now what I was trying to tell you. After February 2024, where did this happen? 2-Star in LA, right? So she still was with Diddy when he got locked up. AUSA Comey, in the LA resident you're still living in? She said, listen, y'all. AUSA Comey, in the LA resident you're still living in? Yes. After February 2024, maybe 5 times. How many different men? I don't know. Let's talk about some. Who's this? Jane, Don. Last time. No, I mean, no, they're not trying to prove nothing. I mean, it's not since he's been in jail. Like I say, at the end of the day, I mean, he didn't see it as a crime. You know what I mean? He didn't see it as a crime. Evidently, she didn't either. She was engaging, booking dudes and flying them out, saying that Diddy was going to reimburse her and all of this, that, and the other. At that particular point, she was fully cooperative and fully with it. So that's how I look at it. You can't, I don't believe in that, man. That's something that I don't really believe in. I don't believe that you can go and somebody with it and you know, they with you, they doing something too, but because they go, and like I said, I understand that's the government way of doing things, but the government also thought at one time that slavery was legal. And everything was good with slavery and it was okay. So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, yeah. Was that true? You know, if that was the case, we all still be in chains, sharecropping and on the plantation. So I don't believe that. I don't believe that, like, yo, somebody can go and do something and then because they go and they testify and they say, well, yeah, you know, I'm gonna tell you everything and how it worked, but we're gonna give you immunity, right? Because we need to go know how it works and so on and so forth. I do understand that this is how the government achieves a lot of their convictions, and they get the conviction rate so high. But at the end of the day, I don't believe in that. I believe if you were guilty doing it, then you were guilty doing it. You know what I mean? Because you looking for a scapegoat, then you looking for a scapegoat. Let me see. Jane, I only saw Dawn in Miami. Comey, who's this? Jane, Paul. When was the last time? The end of July 2024. Before that, very often. Prosecutors, what did you think Paul did? A personal trainer for Sean in LA, Miami, and Turks and Caicos. Yeah, like I said, most people that, you can buy into the theory, like, yo, you did it. You know what I mean? Look at Sammy the Bull Gravano. You know what I mean? Like I said, he said he participated in murders and all of that. When it came time, they wanted John Gotti, he went and testified. Right? And now he free again. So, if man, I don't even know how to put that. When you talk about somebody killing somebody, right? So does that wipe away the fact that he killed who to be? But they look at it like this. Well, they were involved in a lifestyle where they didn't give a shit about each other. All we trying to do is get to the bottom and solve the crimes. Really? Okay. If that's what they're trying to do, then that's what they do. So, but like I said, once again, she was with it. All of this was consensual. None of this was, like I said, and she's saying sex trafficking, right? Sex trafficking, meaning someone was they were being trafficked for sex, right? Once again, well, if these people were doing it, everybody gets indicted, right? Everybody gets indicted. So, so we're gonna see. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. We still got cross-examination. AUSA Comey, how did Paul get there? Jane, he'd book his own travel or he'd already be there. Prosecutors, who's this? A man named Leo. I met him through Sean for one of these nights. I met him on my birthday. Last time. Jane, 2023. Prosecutors, where did you see Leo? Jane, LA. What else did you call him? Jane, Italian. AUSA, who's this? A guy Sean brought into a night in 2021. What happened? Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed in the Emeritage. So now she went back from being elated to repulsed. So, I don't know, man. Jane, Jane, he looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. Prosecutors, Comey, what did you do? I tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body. He just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner. I'm not feeling this. I was in lingerie and heels. So the Italian guy, he stank, she said. He was sweaty. He was dirty. He was funky. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand the fact that she said a long time ago that she wasn't trying to participate in the life, and she felt that that was the only reason why Diddy was paying the rent. She had an opportunity to leave. She didn't take that opportunity to leave. She stayed. Prosecutors, Comey, what was he wearing? Nothing, Sean said. Do you want to taste it? I said, I'm not feeling this. Prosecution, what did Sean do? He laid me down and started having sex with me. Prosecution, where was the man hovering over me? He was sweating on me. Whatever, man. So they're basically trying to show, I guess this is supposed to be embarrassing to P. Diddy. Yeah. You know, this is the embarrassing moment of the moments, of the moments of the moments, if you will. Nah, they basically said, nah, it's not even about being held captive. It's about 2 counts of sex trafficking, coercion, fraud, and RICO, looking for predicate acts under the RICO, ladies and gentlemen. A prosecution, a Comey, then what? Sean told me to look at the man's private part, but it wasn't happening. Sean told me no worries, and the man left. Prosecution, then what? Sean told me he had someone else coming. Paul, I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to touch him. Yeah, this was Diddy. I guess like I said, all of the details and stuff like that, I really don't. Like I said, I guess the prosecution may seem like this is worth it or whatever have you to show whatever. But she's already said that it was consensual. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out, okay, the flying in of the what's the name? She said she booked some of the flights and all of those things. And like I said, if I'm on the jury, I'm saying simply like this. I'm saying it like this. If they not guilty and y'all gave them a deal, then he not guilty either. We gonna give him the deal. That's how I'm gonna handle it. Absolute. Nope. I'm not, you can't. If everybody don't go to jail, nobody go to jail. That's how I look at it. If it was a crime for him, it was a crime for everybody. And because the government has the power to be able to lock somebody up and say, yo, you know, if you tell us, we won't lock you up. Right? Jane, I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. Listen to what she's saying, ladies and gentlemen. I took a liking to Paul. Sean said he had someone else coming, Paul, right? I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to touch him. Right? Jane, I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice, and he had warm energy. Right? Prosecution, Comey, did you want to have sex with him? No, stop lying. You already said you just stop it, man. Come on, man. What are we doing? 1 minute, no. Did you want to? No. So now he made you do it. Come on, man. But if I had to have sex with someone, I guess it was not so bad with Paul. So hold on, y'all. Did y'all just read that? Are we tripping or vacationing? Which one is it, y'all? Did you want to have sex with him? No. But if I had to have sex with someone, I guess it was not so bad. You didn't have to have sex with Paul. You could have left. You could have left 6 months ago. You could have left after the first freak off. You chose not to. Why? Because he was paying your bills. That was her feeling about him paying the rent or paying for the house or whatever. That was her feeling about that's the only reason why he was doing it. He never mentioned that to her. That was something that she felt. So, okay. This shit is funny, man. This shit's crazy, crazy, crazy. Hey, USA, what's this? Jane, photos of a man named Michael. I saw him twice in 2022 or 2023. In addition, Los Angeles, Sean said something new was coming. Then, like, just a bit later, Sean was having small talk with this guy on the balcony. He invited me out. Absolutely, Six Gunner. You heard it. You heard it. She said it wasn't working out. But you know what, Paul, I liked him. It was all good with him. Yeah, like I said, basically his sex life. Queen for life. What'd you say, Queen for life? He laid with incoming funky sweaty meat. She loved it. Been doing it. Tammy B said, I'll tell you. Yeah, like I said, I find it to be embarrassing more than anything. I want to see how much she remember when they do the cross-examination. Because she seemed like she remember everything now. So, we're going to see if it's consistent. And that's why that video, I understand now why Fabulous, when they was on, I forgot what that TV little podcast or whatever, Diddy was like, how come you don't never party with me? Fabulous looked like that nigga like he was uncomfortable. I see why now. Fabulous was like, man, we party, it's all good. Like, I don't be, you know what I mean? Be into all of that old shit you be into, that voyeurism and wanting to be in the same room with a motherfucker. Fabulous like, I don't be doing all that. So I think they probably gave Jane Doe Daffine, what's her name? Because she testified to carrying drugs. So it wouldn't surprise me that they gave her, when they do the cross-examination, and wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the first questions that they ask her. Yeah, cut creatives with that drink, champ. Well, the coaching part, like I said, a lot of that, that doesn't even matter. At Queen for Life, who was that? Limitless. I'm sorry. The coaching part don't mean they all do that, right? Coaching the witness. Going there. That part doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's it's a lot of it to me is irrelevant. But like I said, the prosecution, wants to know all of the details. They want the media to really soak this up and be like, she testified that Diddy did this, that, and the other. Yesterday, you see, the main thing was Diddy. The judge said Diddy might throw Diddy out the courtroom or whatever have you, right? So, even though a lot of people are professional, they still operate from their own personal biases and standpoints, ladies and gentlemen. They would like to think that they would like us to think that doesn't happen, but it simply does. People operate from their own personal complicit biases and own standpoint judgments of other people. You know what I mean? Police officers, judges, lawyers, us as individuals, we all operate from our own personal bias of what we understand and what we know, so. And my thing is like, okay, cool. Paul, John, Jacob, Evan, David, and whoever else, right? Kathy Rose, what's good? Greg Tillman, Ray Johnson, Hustle Hard, Annan Lee, Universal Axe, JP Six Gunner, shout out, McCain Cornell, Cut Creatives, Limitless. It's all good. You can always watch it back at in your spare time. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button, share it on your Instagram, share it on your Facebook, your Snapchat, whatever you got. Like I said, we over here just going gavel to gavel. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, I thought Michael was attractive. Listen to this shit, man. Listen to this shit, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website, AUSA Comey. Who's this? Jane. I don't know his name. I met him only on my birthday in 2023. One of these nights. What happened? Sean told me to come to Miami. We could be alone. He was so sweet. So they're talking about he flew to Miami. Jane says, we were eating sushi at Nobu in the hotel. Sean said, we have entertainment. I gulped and said, entertainment? Prosecution Comey. What did he say? Jane, it's your birthday. I just accepted it. AUSA why? I don't know. Upstairs. The man comes in. It was routine. ladies and gentlemen, at no time did she feel like she wanted to leave, ladies and gentlemen. He was paying her rent. He was giving her $10,000 a month, taking care of her, flying her in. And like I said, now they want all of us to believe that the whole relationship was fake. And he only did this because, right, and in the beginning, he simply told her that there were other people involved in the relationship, that he was seeing other females, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, I am like a robot. I'm getting the guy comfortable. She said, I'm like a robot. I'm getting the guy comfortable. She sobs. Comey, do you need a break? Jane, you said you were robotic. What do you mean? I have done so many of these, I can just tune out. My partner likes to see. I just turn on this person. What's happening, V? Appreciate you. Thank you for holding them accountable for the decisions they made. Sold their soul for the lifestyle. Absolutely, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, like I said, it's baffling, man. It's baffling, right? So, prosecution, Comey, what do you mean you turn into another person? First, she says she used the drugs. Now she says she turned into another person, right? Jane, a person who can just do this. Prosecutors, what happened? Jane, I was much quicker with this person. He felt more like a stranger to me than anyone. I don't want to do this on my birthday. Now, y'all got to remember, this is a revisionist testimony of her saying that she didn't want to do this. She wasn't with it. You know, this is what she's saying today. We don't know if that's how she felt back then. You know, once again, if this is Daffine Joy testified, put on her Instagram that Diddy was in handcuffs for nothing. So, but like I said, this is her testifying, saying that, you know, 1 minute she was choosing the guys that she wanted to be with, you know what I mean? She had rules that none of the guys could use drugs or none of that. And so, yeah. Like I said, once again, everybody needs to be held accountable for their actions, man. Jane, I asked Sean for a condom. AUSA Comey. Where was he? He was behind this man. He gave me these dirty looks like, you better not ask for a fucking condom. I could just hear that. AUSA, what else did you hear him say? He didn't say anything. She said, I could hear him say. He gave me a look like, right? He said, what else did you hear him say? Objection. It said overruled. Right. Yeah, she didn't hear him say anything. She said, he just gave me this dirty look like, don't you fucking ask for no condom right now. Blah, 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 right? Jane, I didn't want to sour the mood. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, what? I didn't want to sour the mood. Why didn't you want to sour the mood? Jane cries, I just didn't want my partner unhappy with me. Prosecutors, do you need a break, Jane? No, I'm okay. What happened next? If you're ready to tell us. See, what is that? Yeah, like I said, this is Daffine said that 50 raped her too. If this is Daffine Joy, she said that 50 raped her and physically abused her. Right. So, like I said, all that we're listening to, you got to understand, these are the same accusations, and this is after having a baby by 50. She said that 50 raped her and did that to her. Let me read that to y'all so y'all understand exactly what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Listen. And this is a direct quote from her Instagram, right? She said, everything is a joke to you until our safety is compromised, right? Let me go a little bit up so you understand what was said and what she meant by it, right? Daffine Joy says, everything is a joke to you until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You are wreaking real havoc, frenzy, and chaos onto people's lives. A Joy wrote on her Instagram story to the rapper and producer. She said, how would you feel if Saya was the one in handcuffs for nothing? She said that in referring to Diddy, for nothing. We moved to New York. She's saying her and her son. We moved to New York to give you an opportunity to be a better father to your son. And you saw him 10 times out of the 2 years that we lived 1 mile away from you. I am tired of upholding and protecting an image to our son that you have never earned. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Listen now, and this is this is the craziest part. Hold on. Hold on. You find it. And then 50 Cent actually sued Daffine Joy for $1 million over the rape and abuse allegations that she made. Said 50 Cent is suing his ex-girlfriend and baby mother Daffine Joy for $1 million for accusing him of rape and physical abuse, right? Basically, he filed a defamation suit May 6th of 2024 against Joy, with whom he shares an 11-year-old son, Asai. Documents filed Monday show the G-Unit rapper blasting his ex for an Instagram post she made on March 28th. She made that of 2024, suing her for defamation, and a court ordered to take down the post and refrain from other defamatory comments. The suit centers around an Instagram post the model uploaded March, where she accused 50 Cent, real name Curtis Jackson, of sexually and physically assaulting her. In the complaint, 50 claims Joy post was made in retaliation to her finding out that she was seeking sole custody of their son after she was accused of being one of Diddy's sex workers. And producer Lil Rod's sexual assault lawsuit against Diddy, against the bad boy mogul. 50 Cent says the allegations have severely damaged his business reputation and child custody case, while opening him up to negative comments online. The rapper's lawyers reportedly sent a letter to Daffine Joy in early April demanding the removal of the post, but she refused. The request was apparently met with lawyers telling 50 to pay Joy millions of dollars to drop the custody suit, which he called clearly extortive, right? Once again, so she was sending what's her name back to 50, talking about, yeah, she wanted millions of dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, can you differentiate the situation that's going on in the Diddy case right now, that she was demanding millions of dollars from 50 Cent. She basically saying, I'll drop the custody suit if you pay me millions of dollars. 50's legal teams also released statement dismissing allegations as false and malicious, while claiming Joy has misguided loyalty to Diddy, right? Despite being given ample opportunity to retract a false, malicious, retaliatory accusation, Ms. Navarez has shamefully chosen to interfere with her 11-year-old son's relationship with his loving father by falsely calling him a rapist. The statement read, the motivation behind this appears to be Ms. Navarez's unfortunate entanglement and misguided loyalty to Mr. Combs, who we believe to be underwriting this attack and whom Mr. Jackson has been warning Ms. Navarez and others about for many years. In her original Instagram post, which came after 50 poked fun at her as a sex worker drama, Daffine Joy wrote, everything is a joke to you until your safety, she said, until our safety is compromised, which is happening now. You are wreaking real havoc, frenzy, and chaos unto people's lives. How would you feel if Saya was the one in handcuffs for nothing? This is what she said to Diddy. Diddy's in handcuffs from nothing. She said, we moved to New York to give you an opportunity to be a father to your son, and all of the other things. She continued, let's put the real focus on your true evil. Listen, she said, she continued, let's put the real focus on your true evil actions of raping me and physically abusing me. You are no longer my oppressor, and my God will handle you from this point on. You have permanently damaged the last hope I had for you as a father to preserve our family with these last and final claims made against me. You have broken our hearts for the last and final time, right? 50 Cent initially reacted to the post by calling her accusations false and baseless, while stating his priority was his son's safety. The disturbing allegations in his sworn pleadings recently filed in a court case related to Daffine Joy, the mother of of my 11-year-old child, has required me to take all necessary legal actions to protect my son, he said. The most recent false baseless accusations by Daffine Joy are clearly in response to my decision to seek sole custody of my son. Saya is my main priority, and keeping him safe in a safe environment is my only focus at the time. So that's what they were actually dealing with through all of this. And so now we see she was demanding millions from 50. If she dropped the case, he would give her millions, right? So back to the what's her name? Gnafalo is on, y'all. The cross-examination of what did Sean say? The dawn was coming. AUSA, what did you say? Nothing. Like that was fine. Right? Why? I love my partner. What did you do with Don? Sex. Let's break for lunch. Jury leaves. Jane leaves. Gnafalo, could we have a quick sidebar with the governor about something I'd like the court's advice on? The judge, yes. So right now, they're breaking for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. They're breaking for lunch. They're breaking for lunch. But like I said, that was the statement in regards to Daffine Joy talking about 50 and what she was trying to get money from 50. She wanted more money. And because she was seeking full custody would give her what? More money. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to get real good. My bad. They not crossing right now. They went for lunch. Gnafalo just wanted to ask a question. You see at the bottom. Could we have a quick sidebar with the governor about something I'd like the court's advice on? And the answer was basically yes. So, yeah. Here we go. Break for lunch. The jury leaves. Jane leaves. Combs, Gnafalo, sidebar the government. see. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, they taking a lunch break. And so will we. But like I said, more importantly, y'all, I always tell them, if you have not gotten this book right here, pick it up. It's on Amazon. We have an interview dropping on the Art of Dialogue with the author, Donald Richardson, no relation. And like I said, it's a great book. More importantly, we're going to be back after this lunch break. Don't go nowhere. Like I said, yeah. And when the interview blasts on the Art of Dialogue, y'all need to check it out. It's a phenomenal interview, ladies and gentlemen. Your boy DELRAY, stay tuned. We're going to be back after this lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Straight game.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. That's how y'all want to do it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. AUSA Comey. What do you mean? I was repulsed by him. I tried for 30 minutes. I told Sean, can I talk to you in the bedroom? There I told him I can't. I tried again, but no. I told Sean I'm sorry. How did Sean respond? Agitated. Well, evidently Sean didn't, he wasn't violent with what it is alleged to be Daffine Joy. Right? Right? Jane. Then another man came. USA. Did Sean talk to you first? No. Who's this? A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York for it. It was just to set me up with a man. He said no, one-on-one. So I went. Right? Prosecutors, did you get Wi-Fi on the plane? Jane, yes. Sean sent me text. Do you want entertainment tonight? AUSA, how did you feel? Disappointed. My thought of seeing my lover was shot down. AUSA, where did you go in New York? The Trump Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, look, man. She keep on talking about her ability to not see P. Diddy and all of the things that go along with that, right? But at the end of the day, let's be clear. Let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be real clear. She could have left. She could have left. She chose not to leave. Like, dude, you chose to stay. You chose to be the what's the name this week? Be my lover shot down. Look, all of what was going on at that particular time, I understand, like I said, how she felt and all of the things that she thought and or whatever it is. But she could have left. We got the text message. I mean, we got the testimony earlier in the day where she said, we have to talk like adults. I can't keep living this fantasy or being this person for you in this lifestyle or whatever, right? Okay, leave. You know what I mean? If you can't leave because you don't want to get a job, if you can't leave because you can't take care of yourself, if you can't leave because you just don't want to be a person who may work at Macy's at the makeup counter or at the perfume counter or helping with sales and all of those things, that's on you. Right? I mean, come on, man. I'm disappointed. I wanted to say, okay, cool. Don't be with him. Be with somebody that you can be that doesn't require or ask you to participate in sexual activity that's unbecoming. It's just as simple as that. I understand where she's coming from, but like I said, once again, all of this, I wanted to be with my love. You knew what you 2 years in, 3 years in, you know what it is. Right? I mean, come on. Everybody else is expected to have common sense. Everybody else is expected to be accountable for their behavior. But this young lady and these other people that were in Diddy's stratosphere or atmosphere, if you will. Fact Check TV. It's not even about threats at this particular point. It's about consensual behavior between two grown adults that they're trying to masquerade as some kind of RICO case. Right? It's like, oh, well, I didn't want to do it then. So he made you? So what's that, forced labor? Come on, man. Trying to make it look like it was work, or you know what I mean? I felt like that's the only reason why he paid for the house. No, he didn't have to pay for the house. You were free to go. You didn't have to pay for none of that. You don't want to be average? You don't want to be regular? No, it's not about that. That's what it's about. Come on, man. People tired of that shit. And if you a guy and you need a woman, or you need a woman, or a woman doing something for you, then he's a bum because a woman doing it for him. But what is she? Let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be real for a minute. So if a woman got more than a man, but she liked the man, and she want to take care of him and buy him things and do things for him because she got way more than God would ever have her have, and she could be a millionaire, 50, 60, 70 million dollars or whatever, and she felt like she wanted to take care of him. That's what she wanted to do. Right? But on the flip side, now it's on the shoes on the other foot with Diddy, and now all of a sudden, it's this grand conspiracy now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Fact Check TV, and her implying that he didn't want her on OnlyFans or anything like that. Get out of here. That was the manipulation move, man. Oh, I wanted to be independent. Really? Really? I wanted to just show my body. I didn't want to sell my body. Well, according to what it was, you wasn't selling your body. From that perspective, you were participating in threesomes. You would be with the other guy, and then you would be with Diddy. That's what she basically telling me. Yeah, Lorraine Sweet, we understand what you're saying it is. But we don't have to adopt your analogy, right? We're here to think for ourselves and actually see the testimony for ourselves. So if you think so, Lorraine Sweet, we appreciate that. We don't want to argue with you about that. You know what I mean? Jane, I saw the assistants setting up the room. Once again, here go the coaching, y'all. I saw the assistant setting up the room with red lights for a hotel night. I took this photograph, not shown in the gallery screen. AUSA. What happened next? I told Sean I don't want to do this. He was just like super defensive. You didn't have to tell him. All you had to do was leave. You listen. She made it contingent on what he was doing for her, for what she would do for him. She made it that. He didn't make it that. Right? Think about it. Okay, you don't want to do it. Leave. Go back home. Go back to your mama house, on your mama couch. Or wherever, your sister, cousin, whoever, you know what I mean? And the cold part about it is, he was giving her, according to her, she was giving him $10,000 a month. You have been with the guy long enough, and well, you didn't have to pay no rent, probably buy groceries or whatever else. We're just assuming. Did she save any of the money that she got from him? Because by that time, you're supposed to be, couple thousand up. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to chalk it out. I'm done. It's a wrap. I'm good. Right? He was defensive. Jane, on the way back to the room, Sean gave me a pill. No, you took a pill. He didn't give you anything. He didn't shove it down your throat. See, that's another thing. He gave me a pill. AUSA Comey. What was it? Ecstasy. I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bedroom and he told me, and I told him, or I guess you said I told him, I can't do this. Okay. Leave. Y'all hear it? You hear it? Leave. You keep going back and telling him I can't do this. And you thinking he gonna say, okay, baby, we won't do it no more. We'll just be together. when evidently you saw that that was the thing that got him off. Right? Evidently, in the beginning, she saw that was the thing that got him off. Okay, you don't want to do it no more. Leave. You don't work. You don't want to work for Diddy as what 50 describes as a sex worker no more. Leave. Don't show up. Don't go to his house. But when you don't do that, according to what she's saying is, well, if he felt like he don't want to be his girl no more, whatever. Okay, cool. Move out the place that he got you. Take the little money that he gave you. Hopefully you saved up some. You can get your own place. You can get your own job. That's too much after you've been in that world where you live in that life. And I understand. See, and this is the cold part. They think that we don't understand. So once you live that life and you live that lifestyle, now all of a sudden, it's hard as a motherfucker to go back to you getting a regular job. It's hard to go back from you getting $10,000 a month and you living in a spot that costs $10,000 a month and he paying for it. I get it. But because you lazy and don't want to do that, that don't make it bad. That don't make it his fault. That make it her fault. When does the accountability kick in? Get him up. You're right. SLLE 44. Get a job. That's what they tell everybody else. Get a job. Comey, how did Sean react? Agitated. I called another performer. Why? Right. Listen. He acted. I come. That's a hard question. What you mean? That's a hard question. At that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want. Hold on, y'all. You see what I'm saying? And that's that's what I knew my partner would want. Was Sean paying your rent? Yes. Did he mention it? Objection. Time frame. Once again. I told you they trying to set it up the way as though that it's connected to the rent. Was Sean paying your rent? Did he mention it? Objection. Judge, time frame. Was this after Sean started paying your rent? Yes. I called Sly. He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta. What happened? It was nice. Dude, she wanted to select the people that she wanted to sleep with in the situation, ladies and gentlemen. You just heard her say, oh, I couldn't do this. I can't. So she didn't like the guys that Diddy picked. She wanted to pick the ones that she wanted to pick. Okay. Right? So there you go right there. That means that she wasn't forced to do it. Absolutely, Six Gunner. Yeah, and Lee, Lorraine has been out here, absorbing a lot of things from the internet. And she comes over here to basically try to taint us with these thoughts and theories that she's been having. We're not going for it, Lorraine. You're not going to make it Lorraine over here, lady. Come on now, Lorraine. You got to know we're a little bit smarter than that. You got to know that, right? You got to know that we know that you've been sent by the minion camp to come do minion work, Lorraine. Who is Sly? Lorraine, you supposed to know. You over here kicking all of this old craziness. Sly is one of the personal sex workers that Daffine Joy, allegedly, if this is her on the stand, liked to be with. This is somebody she chose. Right. She chose Sly. She loved him. She just wanted to be with him, right? So, right. Objection. Time frame. Right. Yes. I called Sly. What happened? It was nice. We had sex in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. Did Donald Trump know about this? Oh, absolutely. I hope so too. We back. Cut creatives, absolutely. Hey, look, so now, so she like to choose the dudes that she like to choose. I get it. I get it. So why are they trying to make it look like it's something else? Right? Now, notice, and I can't say that for sure that it didn't happen. Notice that Daffine Joy, allegedly, if this is her, did not, listen, Daffine Joy did not receive or wasn't on the other end of any kind of violence. You noticed that, right? She never complained that he hit her or nothing like that. She said he was agitated or whatever have you, right? She said they had sex. It was beautiful. When Slip and Slide came to town, it was beautiful, right? Jane, she said, me and Sean had to go our separate ways, but I didn't want Slide to feel we were just leaving him. So cash was brought to the front desk for him by an assistant. Which one? Joey. And this man, I had sex with him in front of Sean. Prosecutors, Comey. And another, Jane, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd, I felt. He was pulling out his scent smell during sex. I don't know. In front of Sean, yes. Another, a man who looked more European at El Montage. We had sex twice. Okay. Diddy something, boy. Diddy, I said, Diddy, why do? Diddy, why day? Diddy said, I just couldn't. I wasn't regular with it, man. Classy said the fans need to hurry the fuck up. I mean, they trying to, like I said, they trying to milk it for all it's worth, man. Classy, they trying to make up for yesterday. Yesterday was a disaster with the girl bungling on the stand. It was a disaster. So I told y'all the next witness that come up, they're gonna have to try to make up for it. I mean, and they trying, but like I said, like I said, what Daffine is basically saying is and hold on, let's be clear. And what 50 said in his what's her name, he was right. This is what she was doing. She would, I mean, it seemed like she was participating in, so she got mad when look, and notice the truth. Now we're hearing this testimony, and I read to you guys what 50 had said earlier in regards to dealing with her. It was just basically, it's more to the truth. So her feelings were hurt about what he was saying, but it was true. So, I mean, you know. Nah, I mean, what's that, KWUTV? I wouldn't say that 50 should have felt the shame about nothing. Look, a lot of people, this is the misconception. A lot of people think that because the motherfucker got money or, you know, that ain't gonna stop. If she's a hoe, then she's a hoe. That don't mean nothing. What you think his money could have penetrated her and kept her behind the gates? Whether he had to give her $1 million a month, $100,000 a month for her not to go out here and whatever. If her and 50 didn't have a relationship no more, she was going to do what she wanted to anyway. So how was he able to stop that, KMUTV? Explain that one time. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Man, look. wasting your time. You sitting there trying to control a woman with money. If you think that'll work, okay. You know what I mean? I see you at the bankruptcy court. Yeah, if you ain't got money coming in like Diddy and you know, these strategic investments and things like that you'd have been in the game long enough, it don't matter. Absolutely. When she said, you know what, prosecutors, Comey, which entertainers did you see most often? Paul and Sly, the ones that she liked, right? Prosecutors, which one did you reach out to? Jane, them, Anton, Don. Prosecutors, did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Sean? Yes, twice, like Valentine's Day or the return from a trip. Oh, she was with the shits, ladies and gentlemen. She was with the shits. Wow. See? It's all his fault. Fact check TV. But yeah, that, like I said once again, somebody saying that they have a contract with you, right, is different. And he said a love contract. She couldn't be his wife. He wasn't gonna marry her. So he's basically saying, yo, I dig you. You know what I mean? I think you, whatever, right? What you need? And he paying $10,000 per place a month, and he giving her $10,000 in allowance, right? Now, let's be clear, man. Let's be real clear. She getting $10,000 a month. Okay. She could take $5,000 of that money and save $5,000 a month. Save her money, and be able to have some money, right? This is an allowance, right? This is not money, and I don't believe an allowance is taxable from that perspective, right? This is her man giving her money, right? Above and beyond anything else. She could stack her chips. Whether she chose to or not, totally up to her. Right? I would hope that she did. Don't really know if she did or not. So, once again, if you choose to do something and you choose not to do the right thing with your money, save your money, you know, make investments, do something worthwhile, that's on you. You know, when the gravy train is over, don't get mad. Don't get mad. Diddy sent her Mike. Diddy sent her, I think he wired her money every month. That's what she was saying. He wired her money, like wired the money into her bank account. Right? Prosecutors, Comey, you said you saw cash during these hotel nights. Where? Jane, drawer, nightstand. Prosecutors, when Sean ran out of cash, what did he do? He made a phone call to a security or assistant. KK, cash would appear. How much? A good amount. Okay. So they saying, look, this is what I'm trying to say. So they saying that, oh, the money that he getting, that the cash that he got, right? The cash that he got, that he was getting, it was, you know, he just had cash. Did he give you some cash sometimes? So what do you mean when he ran out of cash, though? She said on these hotel nights when he ran out of cash. What do you mean? Like, you know, ran out of cash. I'm trying to figure out, like, what do they mean? Like, ran out of cash what? They saying it's like it was some kind of strip thing where they was like throwing, you know, making it rain or something. All right, I need more money. a good amount. He didn't pay her the money she wanted, man. She wanted to get broke off like Cassie, man, and then she folded on him. God have mercy. They trying to, ladies and gentlemen, they trying to wipe out Bongolan as if that cross-examination from yesterday didn't happen, y'all. They trying to wipe that one out. They want that to be done. Like that didn't happen. Erase that one. It was bad witness. We didn't mean to bring her. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecutor Comey, to whom did Sean hand cash? Paul, Don, he'd pay at the end. The prosecutors, what would Sean say before he brought out his iPhone to record? Nothing, or it's just for me. Prosecutors, did Sean sometimes act different? Sometimes happy, sometimes not? You hear it all the time, though. Funny part, you hear it all the time. Girl, I ain't messing with his broke ass. He ain't got no money. He can't do nothing for me. Shit is crazy, boy. That money, a motherfucker, man. Good God about it. Woo! Do something strange for a little change, man. Man. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. I mean, like I said, for the video, I would think you're talking about the video. It ain't gonna break. It can't break his pot. Like a lot of the stuff, from what I understand, it ain't even in his name. So it had to been in his name. You can't, all of if you look at the companies and things like that, his mom got a holding company, with a lot of assets and things like that. So they can probably go after his stuff and stuff in his name. But you can't, or whatever else. I don't know what the Sean Combs Enterprises. This is to say if the jury votes guilty. But like I said, all you need is one or two holdouts. You know what I mean? And the fact that if they see the prosecution really trying too hard to really and like I said, if this is Daffine Joy, she basically said she was with it, right? Prosecution. What directions would Sean give? Jane. to put the baby oil on the man, to touch myself. Prosecution. When you knew the camera was on you, how did you react? It was just a part of it. AUSA, did Sean ever record you while not on drugs? No. Right. Like I said, once again, that's another thing, Classy. But once again, it's to be assumed that it was for something nefarious because that's what they want to assume. This is the way that they've been doing things for 400 years, man. You know, it's never been we would have to have proof. You've seen people killed. It looked like he was reaching for a gun. I don't know if he was reaching for a gun, but it looked like he was reaching for a gun. So I shot him. Right? You know what I'm saying? And so when you understand that, it's the presumption of guilt. It ain't got nothing to do with really being guilty. And the presumption of innocence and all of those things, right? So if one could really, I guess if you can put that in your head for whatever it's worth, right? Hey, you know? Prosecutors, did you act like you enjoyed it? Yes. See, you see right here, see this question right here? She asking the witness, did you act like you enjoyed it? Didn't she just testify a few pages back? Didn't she just testify she had a night with Sly and she enjoyed it? We had fun. Didn't she just say that? So now the prosecution, you can see how she's leading. She said, did you act like you enjoyed it? She just said that she called Sly or she called Paul or she called Don and we had a great night. I was comfortable with them and it was good. And we had a happy time. He was happy. I was happy. Everybody was happy, right? So when the prosecution then comes back and they ask a question like, did you act like you enjoyed it? She said, yes. Why? I wanted to put on a good show. So hold on. Diddy said he loved her. She just said she loved Diddy. So now she won't put on a good show. So was the whole thing a show? Was you with him for the money? Was you with him because he was paying your rent? Because see, she said she won't put on a good show, right? What fantasy talk did you engage in? So much role play, a fantasy. I'm sorry. There are just so many memories. He would create characters. And one character he created was her. Come on, y'all. She said he would create characters. There's so many fantasies. Sorry, there are just so many memories. He would create characters. Oh, wow. I didn't know that, Lucky Fly. Chris Dragon, he said when he... Yeah, the defense don't have to object. I mean, if you object too many times, it's like, it makes it look like you got something to hide or you don't want them to come out with something. Right now, all I've seen is a consensual sexual relationship that involved outside people who they alleged that were paid, right? So, like I said, allegations is one thing, facts are another. I need to see some receipts. People can say they was paid, they was this, they was that. You know what I mean? But like I said, once again, hey, this is where we are. The Diddy trial. The Diddy trial. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. AUSA Comey, I'm going to show you some exhibits, not on the council screens. How is this? Or who is this? I think she's saying who is this, but say how is this? Who is this? Me and Don. The next one is me and Sly. AUSA this. Me and Paul. And then me and Leo. Anton and myself. AUSA. Was Sean present for all of these? Yes. Of course he was present for them. That's what they was doing as a couple. Right. I mean, like I said, for most women, I heard women say before, Diddy ain't the handsomest person, but for the money, for the fame, yeah, people would just do things that I guess ordinary people wouldn't be accustomed to doing. That's just how it was, right? Jane, I wore the stripper shoes on the whole time. Prosecution Comey. What would happen with the baby oil? Man, they done did this shit about the baby oil, man. We done heard that shit, man. Come on, man. What would happen with the baby oil? It would drip down in my shoes. I would try to keep my balance. AUSA, did Sean ask you to get your nipples pierced? Yes. Yes, he said it would turn him on. Okay. Man, like I said, if you go over the totality of the testimony that we heard from her, right, it is so conflicting, right? I think they're looking for one aspect of what they want to look forward to. Like I said, once again, but it's so conflicting. Like I said, one minute she's cool about the guys that she want to call in a relationship. You know what I mean? It's like somebody telling you, I don't like the restaurants that you choose. I like to eat at the restaurants that I like to eat at. So I like when I choose them. I don't like when you choose them. Right? As far as the people that Diddy wanted her to sleep with and be with from that perspective, right? Yeah, he say Kathy Rose say they will never get paid like that again if he gets locked up for life. Ray John. No, but I mean, like, see, this is the thing about this type of thing. Like most people, it's an immediate appeal, and it's an immediate appeal and try to get out on appeal bond. Like I said, what we heard about Diddy, man, they talked about, man, they told us it was about little kids and it was Justin Bieber. It was all of these people. None of that was true. I mean, if like I said, they had to dirty up the public opinion first. They dropped the tape with Cassie first, and this was all strategic. It was all strategic. And so it's like, okay, we get it, right? But then they start coming up with these lies. And it was like, okay, well, whoa. Yeah, Diddy was this, that, he was the young kids, and it was like underage people, Courtney Burgess, and all of these people went on television telling these lies and things, right? You know, only to come to find out it was just him and his significant other at that time and what they were participating in, right? So, like I said, once again, it sounds like this was a well orchestrated and curated takedown of Diddy from some very powerful people, you know, to, like I said, to get the charges filed, you know what I mean? And then let you deal with it and sort it out. You know, you can make an argument for something, right? But like I said, once again, she has to go up against a cross-examination. And so it seems to me like they're going to try to take up the whole day. I don't know. That's what it seems like to me. They're trying to take up all of Friday. Like I said, once again, they keep asking the same questions, right? What was the baby all for, right? Okay. She talked about the nipple piercing. There you go again. Prosecution. Who set up your piercing appointment? KK. Well, what does that have to do with anything, dude? What does her getting her nipples pierced? People do it every day. Like, what are you talking about? Right? Hey, the prosecution then, Jane, they got caught on my lingerie and my nipples got infected. I took them off. What did Sean say? He said, where are my piercings? He said, this is the last time I see you without them. Right? Okay. Right. Okay. There you go. So now what? So now what? Okay. Listen, she didn't have to get her nipples pierced, yo. She could have left. No, I'm not getting my nipple pierced. I'm not going to do that. Right? She chose to. She had, from what I understand, she had her breast done. So, you know, she said they got snagged on her clothing and they got infected. Okay, cool. Totally understand that. That's a health issue. And like I said, he should be more concerned. Well, from what she's saying, he should have been more concerned about her health than what he wanted at that particular time, if this is the truth. Don't know. Right? But if that's the truth, then on the flip side of that, you know. So, but they're trying to show him as non-caring, I get it. I get what they're doing. Absolutely, Peter Ball. I've said this. As I was just talking about, they're trying to, have the last word until over the weekend. They asking the same questions. You know what I mean? It's like, who was this? Who made the piercing appointment? KK. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Now, I want you to understand something. Because the judge probably like, so look right here, listen. So they're asking, she asked, the prosecution is asking her, why did you keep going? She said, I'm not sure. She's not even sure. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear the answer to that question? Because it's very important. It's very important, ladies and gentlemen. And the judge, sidebar, she didn't answer that like they wanted her to answer it. Right? Listen to me. So why did you keep going? The judge, Jane, I'm not sure. She didn't say, because I was coerced. She didn't say, because I was under pressure. She didn't say, because he made me do it. She didn't say none of those things. She said, I'm not sure. Wait till the cross-examination happens, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what she was supposed to say. When asked that question, why did you keep going? Jane was supposed to say, because I was coerced. He coerced me into doing everything. Right? That's not what she said. She said, I'm not sure. She's not even sure why she was doing it. Man. Y'all gotta pay attention. See, all the salaciousness and all of that shit sounds good. It's good for, watching on TV and recapping on, the 6 o'clock news. But right here is a pivotal piece of testimony. The prosecution asked her, why did you keep going? Jane said, I'm not sure. Not I was coerced. Not that I was forced. Not that I was held against my will. Not because I was bribed, right? Not because I was sex trafficked. None of those things. She said, I'm not sure. So, there you have it. After all of the salaciousness of what he did and what they did and all of that, you'd be surprised how many women think that Sean P. Diddy Combs is an interesting man who has an interesting sex life. And they would love to try to do some of the stuff that these girls is doing. Because you got some women that they're doing anyway for free, sleep with different guys and whatever, and never benefit anything from it. You know what I mean? Constantly make bad decisions. You know what I mean? All of that craziness, right? So yeah, unfortunately. But like I say, man, from now on, this is a word to the wise. Man, don't fly no girl in and to be with her, man. Don't, you got a few dollars and you doing all right, man. Do not fly no girl in. Do not fly no girl in town. Mm-mm. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy. They can say anything. And a lot of times it wouldn't even get handled like this. But, hey. So the question was, why did you keep going? I'm not sure. Not I was forced. They're back. Yeah, the judge probably told them, look, hey, speed up. Because basically she's just lingering. They're back. Prosecution, Comey. Do you have an estimate in the times, how many times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights? I don't have an estimate. Prosecution. Did you write? Yes. And sometimes I'd have the courage to text it to Sean. Where the text message is at? Can we see the text message? The only text message that we seen or email that we seen in regards to that was when she said that she needed to talk to him about not participating or not doing whatever, and she didn't want to be, and that's why when people ask me why you keep saying that she could have left at that particular time, she was basically saying she didn't want to be a part of that anymore. So my thing is, well, now you can leave. You know what I mean? But she didn't leave. She stayed. So, in asking that question, you can only ask yourself, but why did she stay? So. And like I said, mind you, most people don't understand. This is the young lady who said that 50 Cent also raped her and physically beat her up. If this is Daffine Joy, ladies and gentlemen, 50 filed a $1 million defamation lawsuit against her. I believe since then that's been settled, but these are the accusations that she made against 50. And you better believe that that's coming up in this cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen. So you can believe that. So like I said, once again, to be able to get to the bottom of what it is, there's things that are going to be said that we don't really know all the full scope of, right? Okay, here we go. She said, what did you see in your text? What did you say in your text? That I had been texting it since 2021, how I felt, prosecutors. What's this? Text exhibit. Not on screen, Jane. November 2021, I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with other women on their IG stories. Right? Uh-oh. Could this be why she's doing what she's doing? She's jealous. I don't know, but she's jealous. Oh my God, she done came in jealous. But he told her hold on, ladies and gentlemen, for the people just coming in for the chat, right? Y'all got to understand something. He told her in the beginning when they first started seeing each other that he was dealing with other women. He was open from the beginning. Put the thumbs up in the chat if you remember that. Y'all was here when we first started with Daffine Joy yesterday, if this is her. In the chat yesterday, right? When Diddy talked about, she said when she first met him, he told her that he was seeing other women too, right? That's so that the people know that we keeping it 100 over here. Yeah. Yeah, he told her. I mean, like I said, so now that is she jealous now, or you got feelings now? So you really loved him now. So you really didn't feel like you say you felt now. My God. My God. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button. Hit the share button. Share it on your Instagram, Facebook. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Like I said, thank you for each and every one of you for hanging out. Like I said, this is so now she all up on his IG stories. Yeah, she said in November 2020, I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with other women on their IG stories. But he told you that he was dating other and seeing other women in 2021 when y'all first met. He told you that. Right? Hey, USA Comey, why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women? I came to do hotel nights with Dawn and Sly. Then he gives quality time to other women. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? So she's having a bit of a buyer's remorse. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? She thought kisses were contracts and presents were promises. Didn't she? He said they had a love contract, right? Prosecutors. This next text, I wrote, I need a breather and a break from you. You don't need to text him that you need a breather and break from him. Take a breather and a break. And leave that weird motherfucker alone if that's what it is. Quality time, huh? You see what she said, right? Gives quality time to other women. What's quality? She took a snapshot and ran with it, ladies and gentlemen. She took an IG snapshot and her brain went on its own little journey as to what that meant. As to imply that it was something that it did not imply, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Man, she's saying he got the nerve. I mean, and like I said, you know, knowing his profession and what he did and what he was about, he's gonna be around women all the time. Like, yo, I guess she didn't understand where she fit in or how to feel about that, I guess. Who knows, man? Prosecutions. Play this exhibit, a voice note. Combs' voice. Combs' voice. She asked me to work. He asked me to work. I don't know Combs' voice. She asked me to work out. This is the time you're gonna be curse at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just fucked her. Be sad. Go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. I don't understand that one. So it's supposed to be Diddy's voice. She asked me to work out. This is the time you're gonna curse me. Okay, I guess she might be confronting him about another girl, and Diddy's actually telling her, she asked me to work out. This is the time you're gonna curse at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Right, he's telling her that he don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just fucked her. Be sad. Go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. I don't deserve being honest with someone. Okay, I'm trying to see what else it says. But like I said, he said I don't deserve being I don't deserve this. I think what it's alluding to, I don't deserve being cussed out if I was honest with you, right, with someone. You see what I'm saying? He had already told her. So she's trying to now create this bullshit ass narrative out of the blue, right? You know, and talk about, well, I'm jealous, so I got feelings or whatever. And her feelings are to be respected. But about what you already knew, you understand? So I'm really not really getting it. She already knew about that. So what's the problem now? I'm just trying to figure it out. And this is based on just the information that we getting, y'all. Like I said, for the latecomers and the people who haven't been paying attention that might have an opinion. USA Comey, how often did Sean call you crazy? Often. It made me feel confused. AUSA, that wasn't literal. That was figuratively, man. You see what I'm saying? See how they try to play the word games? As if he meant that literally. Oh, you crazy. That's not what he's saying. Right? He said, go crazy. You know what I mean? Like, go crazy on me. You already knew. You know what I mean? It is crazy for you to act that way about something that I already told you. Don't you think that's, you know what I mean? Don't you think that's it? He's not talking about, he didn't call her crazy like she needed to go to the crazy house. Like I said, once again, people can take shit and they can run with it, man. And try to make it a problem. Like, you know what? Basically, oh, you want to make that a problem? You ain't got to be around me. I'm good. Yeah, you ain't got to do nothing with me. You know what I mean? I ain't got to do nothing with you. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you want to do about the truth that you already knew, because now you want to spaz out. You're basically saying, yo, go crazy. I ain't tripping. I get it. AUSA Comey, how often Sean call you? Often. It made me feel confused. AUSA, what did you say? That she didn't come Jane said that she didn't come to the gym. I don't even care who you are laying up with. I wanted that time with him. I said, you just want the hotel shit, right? Okay. This is what she's saying. Once again, now she going back to, first it was that's the only reason why you pay for the house. Remember she said that earlier? Now she's saying, now you just want the hotel shit. She wanted it too. Wasn't she calling Sly and Steve and Paul and Don and all of these other people that she felt like she was comfortable with? Right? I'm just confused, y'all. Are we watching the same thing? Right. Okay, so now, when was she gonna leave? I'm just trying to figure it out, man. When was she gonna leave, man? Now she tripping about other girls. When you gonna leave? Wow. And mind you, this is the same woman who said that 50 Cent, aka Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, who has a baby by her, raped her and physically abused her, ladies and gentlemen, if this is in fact Daffine Joy on the stand, going under the pseudonym Jane Doe, or Jane, if you will. 50 Cent right now probably writing a song called Jane, you need to stop your sex working. Jane. Like, dude, you need to get your life together, Jane. Absolutely, she wanted them transactions every month. She's like, Jane, your check is in the mail. Wow, this shit is crazy, man. All the time she didn't have a job. Hell no, man. She told me when she met Diddy, she told him she was a content creator. She said, I model clothes for people. All at the same time, she was 50 Cent baby mom and knowing he was paying child support. So, go figure. She ain't mentioned nothing about that. It was a requirement from her that Diddy do all these things for her. Right? Because that's who she has always been. She's always been the girl that, like I said, she felt like she was a pretty girl. She was an attractive girl, what she was. And when she met guys, usually she knew where to go hang out to meet guys with money. And she met 50, just like she met Diddy. And you know what I mean? And, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. It's been, like I said, we don't have to make no excuses for nobody. We see what it is. Then she went to who? Jason Derulo and blase, 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 blah. So come on now. People want credibility where credibility can't really truly be given. Like I said, even if they try to go into the weekend, it only makes it better for the defense because they get the time to go over the testimony and counteract what they want to talk about in regards to that. So remember, like I said, the Amber Crombie and Finch dudes, They let him out on a $5 million bail. They didn't let Diddy out. His propensity for violence and blah, 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 blah. One thing that this young lady didn't complain about, she didn't say Diddy ever hit her. So the Cassie and Diddy situation, from all intents and purposes, right? Like I said, it could have been a one-off. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Yeah, absolutely, Ben Frank. Yeah, they don't want to object. Like I said, when you object to a lot of things, you play into the prosecution's hand. You know what I mean? And it makes the jury feel like, oh, they must got something to hide. So you keep objecting, like, oh, they trying to interrupt. Like, no. Sometimes you have to let it just play out, and then come back with your strong hand as far as, and see, that's the thing that, you know, usually the person who really goes last is the person that you remember, right? From that perspective. So, you know, when it boils down to that. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Got to multitask. Apologize for the interruption. Prosecution. What did you say, Jane? I see what you're going. She said, I see what you are going for her for. Why do you play me? Says she's just a business partner. And then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said that a man was spending money on me? You wrote. Answer. I feel cheap. Well, the man was spending money on you. Diddy was spending money on you. So I don't think that probably would be a problem. But that's for Diddy to say, not me. After your first hotel night in May of 2021 with Dawn, what did you do next? Out on the yacht. Yo, man, we already went over this, man. They already went over this already. They already went over this. They went over that. She said a nice yacht out, all of that. They went over this. What is she trying to do? This is crazy, man. At USA. And later, we would just sleep after the hotel nights. What did you write in this note? I wrote, why am I just for your freaky desires? Come on, man. There she go again. AUSA, Comey, did you send this to Sean? Jane, no, I did not have the courage. And this note, I wrote, you were partying with another girl. You just want me for your debauchery. I'm done being used by you. You trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done. Okay. Wow. Okay, she's done. When was this? She's done. What time frame? We need to know the time frame. What's the time frame? She says she's done. So what that means is, she could have been done a long time ago, but she chose to stay. Okay. Hold on. So they're talking about notes that she didn't send. Listen, you got to see. Did you send this to Sean? No, I did not have the courage. And this note, I wrote, you were partying with another girl. You just want me for your debauchery. I'm done being used by you. You trashing my house with your dirty debauchery. I'm done. What? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Share this content on your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram. Let them know we over here straight game. Gavel to gavel coverage, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Do some shout outs. Intelligent Hoodlum, Ben Frank, Ty Snowden, Cut Creatives, Fact Check TV, Murray Lou, Scorpio Girl 07, Universal Ass, Classy, Mark Jag, Annan Lee, Calvin Davis. Like I said, appreciate y'all. Appreciate all of y'all. Ray Johnson, what's good? Rodney 3121. JP 6 Gunner. You Feel Me TV. Money Mike. B-Town Entertainment, Intelligent Hoodlum. She said she was done, ladies and gentlemen. She was still dating Diddy when he got locked up, y'all. So I don't think she was done. She didn't have the courage to send it. Right? Y'all see it. You feel me, TV? You absolutely right about that. If he was broke, wouldn't he be here? Country Boy Fitness, appreciate you. In the building. Cut Creatives. Baltimore World, what it do? J Mac. Chris Dragon. E Styles. Miami Toya. Cross Generation. Mark Jag. What's good? Sean Keitha. Limitless. We got a lot of people that's not in the chat that's watching also. We appreciate y'all too. Thumbs up to you guys. Prosecution. And what was this? Jane, right after I sent my birthday having sex with these men in the hotel room, Sean went on vacation with another girl he was dating. Prosecutors, how did he respond to your text? Jane, he wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. I don't know what that meant. I don't know what she meant by that. Absolutely. 2023 is the GOAT. Welcome. Hey, yeah, you right about that. She just caught feelings. That's all. Puff was honest from the door. Absolutely. 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 And you can see right now that's the case. You know what I mean? And then, like I say, ain't nothing wrong with that. But like I said, it's something wrong with somebody coming back and then trying to have revenge and then want money from you. You know what I mean? After, like I said, if they was together, like I say, from 2021 to 2024, right? If they were together for 3 years, right? And he was giving you $10,000 a month, right? Right? That's $120,000 a year. You know what I mean? Basically, tax-free, I would say. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, okay, put some money away, save some money, invest some money, do something with yourself, But like I said, doesn't seem like she did that from what we know and what we understand today, Mind you, if this is Daffine Joy, this is the same woman that said 50 Cent raped her. Right? And assaulted her. So, we don't know, man. We don't know, man. We sitting here, we trying to do the best we can. and understanding what's going on. That's basically it. We're just trying to do the best that we can and understanding and trying to depict what's truthful and what's not truthful. And the reason why they're getting all of this stuff about these other girls out there is so that the defense doesn't come with it and trying to paint her as somebody who's jealous. Right? So the tactic, it may work for a minute, but there's other things that I'm sure that the defense won't even say or mention yet that's happened. And we're going to find out about those things too, if you will. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. They're gonna get a defense a whole weekend. Yeah, to be able to gain not only just information, but to be able to go over and strategically lay out their cross-examination. So. Prosecutors, Comey, what did he write to you next? Jane, that it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my girlfriends, right? Prosecutors, who paid for the dinner? Sean. So what? He that bad of a guy. He ain't even with you, and he's still paying for your dinner. Why he had to pay for your dinner? Why you couldn't pay for your dinner yourself? I mean, they are together, so it's the proper thing for him to do. But I mean, he giving you $10,000 a month, right? He wasn't with you, boom. Prosecutors. But was he there? No, he didn't have to be there. He paid for it. Prosecutors. And here, when you said you were tired after 3 men. Wow. Boy. They make you don't want to do nothing for them. They don't make you don't want to do nothing for them, man. They put a man in the position like, you know what? You ungrateful motherfucker. I ain't doing nothing else for you. Yeah, man. Look at this shit. Hey, you with that woman. He told you in the beginning. Okay. Oh, yeah, I seen you in that. Okay, but look like you enjoyed your birthday, though. Who paid for your birthday, Sean? What you mean? What you complaining about? Right? They want you to be everything to everybody every time. And if you mess up one time, now you ain't shit. That's the base. Basically, that's how they push it. You ain't shit. You could beat every last time and last time for the 1,000th time. For that 1,001 time, if you ain't there, right, then you ain't shit. And you know what? I recommend you go on and not be shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, you go on and not be shit, man. You can't please everybody all the time, man. Like I said, they had their relationship. She said what she said, I'm done, right? Didn't she say she was done? Be done, be gone. Let it be done. Go on, get a job, do what you got to do, go get your own place, pay your own bills. You ain't got to deal with this guy ever again. Ever again. Once again, I'm going to repeat, I didn't hear anything about her saying that Diddy perpetrated any kind of violence on her. I think 50 Cent had to do with that. He knew that 50 had a baby by her, so I think if he put hands on her, that him and 50 gonna probably have it out. And it ain't gonna be nice. You know what I mean? Because that is 50 baby's mama, if that's Daffine. So. Y'all kids, what's good? Yeah, you know what I mean? So did y'all hear that? I'm gonna repeat that. Like I said, with Cassie, it was a different story. If this is Daffine got a baby by 50. That's why we didn't hear really anything about Diddy being violent toward her, because he knew that 50 and her still talk because they had a kid together. And if he put hands on Daffine, that's 50 baby mama. 50 gonna come see that ass. There's gonna be some drama, yeah, and it ain't gonna be nothing that no bodyguards can stop. You know what I mean? Because 50 got who he coming with. It's gonna be something. Nah, it's not about that. You don't understand. It's not about caring for her. That is the mother of their child. His son cares about her. See, some people's energy is misguided, man. Think about what you just said. You said 50 doesn't care about her, Letitia F. You not thinking. It's not about her, it's about the child. Well, it's supposed to be anyway, in a lot of situations, but a lot of situations, as people like to apply it, is not about the child. It really is about them. Right? Yeah, like I said, if Diddy did it out of spite, then, she did it out of what? Love? Let's be clear. So you got to listen to people when they talking, right? That's the mother of his child, man. Imagine seeing something bad happen to her, other than if they going through it, okay, cool, whatever. That could be explained, right? So prosecutors, what did you write here? Jane, he wrote, I'm tired of you throwing sex in my face. Let's just be friends. Right? Oh, no, hold on. I don't know if it's her or him. What did he write right here? Okay, he wrote, I'm tired of you throwing sex in my face. Let's just be friends. What did you think he meant? Anytime I brought up the hotel nights? AUSA, what did you write? Are you really breaking up with me? Right, because she keep on throwing the bullshit in the man's face. Don't nobody want to hear that. Who want to hear that? Oh, ain't nobody trying to hear that. I'm paying your bills. I'm giving you $10,000 a month. You not my baby mama. You my girlfriend, right? And you knew when I met you, I told you that I was dating other females. Now all of a sudden you get to tripping. And I talking about all I want you for is this. And nobody trying to hear that shit. Bye. Who trying to hear? Anybody trying to hear that, man? Life brings its own problems, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, once again, if you didn't want to be there, don't be there. Don't be there. Leave. Now he breaking up with you. Didn't she say this not too long ago in earlier testimony that she was done? Looks like Diddy said that he was done. Jane, sobbing. You're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place that I have dreamed about. Where? To Turks. This motherfucker's name. She couldn't go to Turks by herself. She couldn't go to Turks with her girlfriend. He gave her $10,000 a month. You can go to Turks and Caicos. Right? Couldn't she go to Turks? What did he write? He wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. Right? Don't nobody want to hear that shit. I wrote, what am I doing? She said, I wrote, what am I doing wrong? I mean, come on, though, right? Absolutely, kid dogs. They brought this to trial, man. Right. He's like, yo, telling me what I'm doing wrong. Y'all got a relationship. What are you talking about? You're well taken care of, like I said. But like I said, everybody can't go, and it ain't for everybody, man. Right? So you can see now, right, Legs was good. Tanya V was good. Cross Generation. SLLE 44. Kid Daltz, what's up? Yeah, man, look. You see it. Jane sobbing. You're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place I have dreamed about. Where? Turks. You dreamed about going to Turks and Caicos? Get on the plane and go Turks and Caicos. What did he write? He wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. Like, yo. Man. Lord have mercy. So they took another break, if I can. So they took another break, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So she still loved Diddy. Diddy broke up with her. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Right here, what they're trying to make it seem like, they didn't break up. They didn't break up. You see what she said? He wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what am I doing wrong. And I wrote, what am I doing wrong? Simple question. You know, this guy, he's supposed to be the guy that that's, you know, taking care of you, doing right by you. He say he dating other women. So now hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's deal with this part. Let's delve into this for a minute, if you will. And we're going to delve into this because a lot of people not using common sense. Sometimes common sense evades a lot of people, not anybody in particular in the chat. But when we talk about common sense, we have sometimes people come in the chat, they just yell out things, right? Let's delve into this. Ladies and gentlemen, Diddy was honest with her in the beginning about he dated other women, right? Facts. Here she is talking about he took somebody else to Turks and Caicos, right? Some place that she dreamed about, right? Okay. Is she being held against her will? Is she being coerced to stay? Has he been violent with her? None of those things. So now, listen to me. These things won't get looked at. Like I said, he hit Cassie. He was wrong. He belonged in jail a long time ago for domestic violence. For what he did to Cassie. She should have reported it. She should have dealt with it from the rip, right? But we hear no violence being perpetuated against, if it is Daffine Joy, right? So can we say, just for what we know, we don't know the reason why there was no violence or nothing like that. Can we say that he ain't violent with all of the women? He didn't beat every woman. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, if people like to take the most negative stance that they possibly can take, like I said, Diddy was wrong for the Cassie shit. Hands down, man down, all of that, period, point blank, no excuse, no nothing. That was what that was. And all of the marks that she had and all of the what people say that they, you know, witnessed and so on and so forth, right? That was what that was. So, yeah. I don't know what to make of it. I really, truly, honestly don't. So the jury out, counsel to Jane Doe. I want to bring to the court's attention that we are on YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity, where to find contact information, reach out. We are recording live streams. So the jury's out, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, they say the jury's out. Let's see if they done for the day. They say the jury's out. What are they doing, man? The judge basically saying, do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Jane's counsel, if we had found that, we would ask for them to be banned from the courtroom or overflow room. Making ex parte filing, I'll ask marshals to investigate. Jane's counsel, if someone published her license, it would violate your order. Judge, send me what you can. I'll consider it, even over the break. So they're basically coming back. It's not over, ladies and gentlemen. The jury's out for a minute. They say they basically somebody's trying to find out who she is, if you will. So somebody's trying to expose who a Jane is. I think they posted her driver's license or something like that. Jane's counsel, if someone published her license, it would violate your order. Judge, send me what you can. I'll consider it, even over the break. So they working diligently trying to expose who it is, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Eula Holmes, you said, is Tisa trying to expose who she is? It said ban Gene and Tisa. I don't think it's Gene Deal. You said a universal ad said Tisa lies. Yes, limitless. Wow. Yeah, they've got people. They got people all over. It said clear out the overflow room. The trial is a big trial. They got people out there trying to find out who she is, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, I got an announcement to make. The video that I was telling you about, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. The video I was telling you about in regards to this book right here, it just dropped on the Art of Dialogue. Go check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, the video that I was telling you about in regards to this book right here just dropped on the Art of Dialogue, ladies and gentlemen. The internet is undefeated. The long form video of this interview right here that I did with Donald Richardson, like I said, no relation, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, ladies and gentlemen, it just dropped on the Art of Dialogue. Go check it out. Back to the matter at hand, what we doing here. So y'all see it right now. Somebody's trying to expose whoever it is that's Jane. The judge said, do we have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Jane's counsel, if we had found that, we would ask for them to be banned from the courtroom or overflow room. The judge, making ex parte filing, I'll ask the marshals to investigate. Jane's counsel, if someone published her license, it would violate your order. Basically saying that if somebody published their license, even if they got a hold of it, right? If they publish it, it will violate the judge's order. From that perspective, send what you can. I'll consider it even over the break. So this is what's going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. See what they talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, they're on the break right now. So ladies and gentlemen, we still waiting, seeing what's going on with the goings on. They out for break. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the interview in regards to this book, ladies and gentlemen, just dropped on the Art of Dialogue. If you have not got the book, like I say, it's on Amazon. You got to pick it up. I just went over there to check out some of the comments, man, and shout out to one cat. What's his name? Mr. Ivan 504 said his book is a good read. He just got it last week. Yeah, like I said, appreciate the support. I know he appreciate the support. Donald Richardson, like I said, no relation to me. Great book, y'all. Great book. Like I said, as a matter of fact, right? As a matter of fact, let's go to the top of the morning. As a matter of fact, going into the hole, I got my copy right here. Like I said, great book, man, great read. You know, it kind of takes you inside of Rikers Island, man. It really does. It takes you inside of Rikers Island. Like I said, the Art of Dialogue just dropped the interview, and it's a great read. Like I said, check it out. From what I read, I wasn't disappointed. You know, if you like to read, you know, I'm one of those people that like to read. So, like I said, check it out. Just dropped on the Art of Dialogue. The book is on Amazon. So, man. So yeah, I find it interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that they looking for the people who trying to expose Jane in the overflow room at the courthouse. People they're trying to expose her, man. They're trying to expose her. As you can see right here, let's see. Yeah, Andre Style, this was another bad witness they had. Like I said, once again, we don't know what to make of nothing that they're saying. And like I said, it seems like the prosecution is trying to you gonna come back on again? So what about this baby oil again? Please tell me about the baby oil. The baby oil, Astroglide, was it? You know what I mean? And like I said, before they went to break, the last question, she said, so why did you keep doing this? She's like, I'm not sure. You know what I mean? She didn't say I was coerced, I was threatened, I was this, I was that. She didn't say any of those things, right? You know, so when we think about like what it is that's really going on, yeah, it's crazy, man. So as we wait, ladies and gentlemen, patiently to see what's going on, let me see. Let me flip the script and see how we doing over here. Basically, right here, we got something 3 minutes ago. It was said, this after it was said, nothing in the order could have a chilling effect on the media. More should be said on this. They're back. Judge Submarine, all rise. Saying nothing about the ex parte submission, nothing in the docket despite the below. So this right here, in response to the letter from the press requesting that the email correspondence from the parties be posted on the public docket, the court issued an order requiring the email correspondence be docketed by the end of the week. It was originally sent docket 342 to clarify this schedule applies to only actual emails that are sent to the court. All letters must be docketed when they are submitted, even if they are also emailed as attachments to chambers. So they're back, ladies and gentlemen. We about to proceed and keep it moving. Like I told y'all before, the video interview of Donald Richardson in regards to the book Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur just dropped on the Art of Dialogue. You got to check it out. Like I say, ladies and gentlemen, the book is a great read. Donald Richardson did some 23, 24 odd years in New York State penitentiaries. And like I said, on one of his, I wouldn't say last bit, but in 94, him and Tupac at Rikers Island, you can see on the cover of the book, like I told you before. It's like I said, it's a great interview, great book. And, just thought I'd let you guys know. Yeah, yeah. You how you do more better. You use that at, and then you tag their channel, whatever that channel name is. Like it would be at Straight Game TV, you know, at something or whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. They might be going till 5 o'clock today. They just might be going to 5 o'clock. Here we go. We back, ladies and gentlemen. AUSA Comey, please pull up this exhibit. What is this? Jane, a note on my notes. A note on my notes. Prosecutors, were you writing what you were feeling at the time? Jane, yes, I wrote, you lied straight to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip. Now it's to throw them on a guilt trip now, right? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We back. Basically, the prosecution, AUSA Comey, when you took a break from Sean, where did you travel? Jane, France. Sean started texting me again and again. Paris, Paris, Paris. Prosecution, how did it make you feel? That he cared, but I knew I had to stay strong. I went away for 4 or 5 days. For 5 days, should I say. Jane, he was adamant we should see each other. I missed him too. Prosecution, Comey. Why? Because I love him. Soon we were planning to go to Turks. I'd go to Miami first. Prosecution. What did Sean write to you? He said, a night of debauchery, then the beach. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, is it true or not true that she could have stayed away, right? She said she missed him. What's going on, y'all? What are we missing? What are we missing? If she missed him, then evidently I think we missing something, right? Yeah, man. I'm like I said once again, I'm confused, just as confused as you guys are. Like I say, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, please. We soaking up the game like y'all soaking up the game. Hit the like button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Like I said, we only here just letting it come from the court, from the courthouse to the best of the ability to your eyes. Now remember, when she was mad with him just a couple of testimonials ago, she was talking about, oh, he's just trying to use me for hotel nights and blah, blah, blah. Now he's reaching out to her, basically saying, she said he was adamant that we should see each other. I missed him too, right? So, she's saying she missed him too. So it couldn't have been all about what she said it was about or was trying to explain that it was about. She was just in her feelings about a few things, right? And she needed to resolve those things in her own way and in her own time. So, hey, here we are again. It's a night of debauchery, then to the beach, right? Jane, I said no. We have to reconnect. I guess she's saying, yeah, we have to reconnect. He said cool. So if he said cool, he wasn't dripping from what she's saying, right? Prosecution. Did that turn out to be true? Jane, no. What did you do in Miami? We bickered about Paris. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that. Prosecution. This photo, our dinner. Well, not only did he want some cheeks, Anonymous 3, from what she's saying that, it was a night of debauchery, Diddy wanted to see her get hit by another guy again, Like I said, she was tired of him. She was done. He was only using her for that. But like I said, she went back. Hey. Yeah, true that, Craig Tillman. Yeah, that part too, Money Mike. Right. Another boyfriend-girlfriend fight where you say nothing new. The prosecution. Then what? Jane. He took a pill and we went to a hotel. We were watching porn. Sean said, do you want Don? Prosecution. What did you say? Jane. Yes. Yo, she just sold us on a whole bunch of shit. Look at this, man. She's like, no, we ain't reconnected yet. She said, he asked her, do you want Don? What did you say? Yes. Why? I was just used to it. Then we went to Turks. Wow. See, now hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Was the do you want Dawn a prerequisite to go to Turks? Now, we don't know. We sitting back listening to this, sizing it up for the information that we're gathering, right? So he's saying, she had the prosecution action, then what? He took a pill and we went to a hotel. We were watching porn and Sean said, do you want Dawn? Prosecution, what did you say? She said yes. She was with it. So all of that conversation that she was giving about he was using her for this and using her for that, it simply wasn't it. Right? That simply wasn't it. Yes. Why? She said, I was just used to it. Then we went to Turks. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on here? What are they trying to get us to believe? She could have left. She never had to answer the phone again. She said she went away for 5 days. Did he stop her? Did he hold her? Did he hold her hostage? He said, no, you can't leave. You got to do these freak offs. You got 3 freak offs this week. We you committed to. No, he didn't say none of that. She was gone for 5 days. Yeah, basically, I am good. Basically, the trips to Turks and Caicos. It's a goddamn shame, man. Wow. Wow. I mean, I get it. Like I said, I understand it. All of that. Whatever that is, but come on, man. People so fucking salty and just, man. Then we went to Turks. Remember, in the prior testimony, she was crying about, you took another female to the space that I always dreamed of. Okay. Now we come back. They watching porn. Do you want Dawn? What did you say? Yes. And she said, why? I was just used to it. Not he made me. Not I felt coerced. Not I felt anything else. Who made her go back? Why did she go back to him? Who knows? Right? We don't know. We like I said, we sitting here spectating like everybody else is. Yeah, she hooked up on the line. I told y'all a long time ago, man. It's the money and the lifestyle, the private jet, the France, the Turks and Caicos, the white sandy beaches, all of this other stuff, Of course she wanted the bag. She didn't want to get no job. But when she got mad and it was about another female, what's the first thing she said? You took somebody somewhere, I'm done. I don't want to be, like, what you mean? What, she thought somebody else was doing the freak offs for Diddy and it might take her spot? I mean, I'm just asking. Crazy, right? Then we went to Turks. Absolutely. She was jealous for the love of money, E Styles. Absolutely right. Kenyatta Carver, welcome. B-Town Entertainment. Wando McCray. Tanya V. Hustle Hard. Saying then we went to Turks. It was Turks or nothing. Prosecution. And in Turks, Jane, Paul came in. What happened? I'm back in outfit. I'm going to try to do another round. It was really painful. I couldn't have sex. Why not? I was extremely sore at this point. Sean tried to lube me up. Amazing, y'all. Now Sean tried to lube me up. I just couldn't say no. I wanted to go to Turks and Caicos so bad that remember, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to remember, once again, decisions, right? Peep this out. Now, when you think about it, you got to look at, she chose, remember she said she was gone for 5 days. She chose to go to France. She could have went to Turks and Caicos by herself. France, I wouldn't say Turks and Caicos is cheaper than France, but it's damn sure closer. You know what I mean? She could have went to Turks and Caicos with her and her girlfriend, right? She could have chose to do any of those things. She could have went to Turks. She didn't have to go with Diddy. She didn't have to go and participate in no freak offs. Didn't have to go spend time with him or none of that. Why didn't she chose to go to Turks and Caicos? Because that's a place that she always dreamed about going. On her own dime. She chose France, right? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. That's all I'm trying. I'm just asking questions, man. You know, like I said, they giving us this information, and it's clearly showing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if people really paying attention to that, but it is clearly showing that that she's in it for the money. I don't know what people, if you want to look at something else, you want to be like, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, oh, people did that. No, she's in it for the money. This is not, this is how people expose themselves to being. Please don't say anything about it, though. Don't say anything about people and how they expose themselves to be. Act like it isn't happening. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. No, thank you. They want to tell you about yourself, but you can't tell them about themselves. Like DJ Quick say, when I tell you about yourself, girl, you can't take that. Jane, he said, you can't take any more dick. I threw the bracelet and said, you only brought me here to suck dick for you. I was talking then Saturday on the steps of the villa. Prosecution. Did Sean talk? Yes. He said, how can you make me look like that in front of Paul? Yeah, dark skin Jermaine. Dog, she would say, sad thing is the government put the fear of God in her. Hold on, let me get that. The government put the fear of God in her to turn on Diddy. Right. Absolutely. Sad, man. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. But like I said, at the end of the day, you know, you only bring me here. Like, it's like, look, don't be with the guy no more. Stay away from him. Hold on, but when he asked her, did you want Don? What'd she say? She was like, yeah. She was with it. Right? Like, you know what type of dude he is. You've been with him for some years now. Jane, Sean told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged him and said I was sorry how I acted, that I was really glad he'd come to see me. Prosecutors, Comey. Who told you to do that? Sean. Yeah, they not. You know, the defense didn't object to really nothing. I mean, like I said, what do you have to object to? I mean, most of the stuff that's going on is consensual, right? So remember now, she said she couldn't do it no more. He was like, yo, you can't take no more. She said, you can't take no more dick or whatever. Okay, cool. It was done. Okay. He didn't force her to do it. He didn't make her do it again. And that was it. So, all right. So I wonder if the yeah, it's all consensual. I mean, like I said, I'm just trying to figure out like who told you to do that? What do you mean? See, then you know the sad part about this. A lot of the lawyer, the lawyer, she's acting like, who told you to do this? If her husband told her to do something, she wouldn't do it. Well, maybe she wouldn't. You know what I mean? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So some people are like that. To each their own, right? And like I said, when we sit back and you think about this, it's like if you felt all of these things only to come to court one day and tell the world, before you had all of your story, I guess the story played out. It played out, in the way that it played out. My thing is just why didn't you just leave? You know, and like I said, she still has. She said because I loved him. Okay, I get that part. But you said that you hated all of these things. You didn't want to do all of these things. You say you left. You left for 5 days. You went to France. You did all of these things. Why didn't you just leave if you hated, you know what I mean? Because you loved it more than you hated it? You hated it more than you loved it? I mean, which one is it? And I get it. But like I said, once in the, I think it was somebody said in the chat, they were like, if he was broke, we wouldn't even be here. Absolutely. And I think the jury understands that too. man, this is just it's sickening, man. It's disturbing. Like I said, on both parts. When you think about, like, yo, it takes two, right? In some people world, it don't take two; it just take one. Prosecution Comey, what did you write to Sly? If he could come to Turks, I told him he'd need a passport and vaccination. What did Sly respond? I'm willing, but I don't have a vaccination card. Why did you do this? To make it up to Sean. Come on, man. This is the guy that she said that she liked, that she was comfortable with, right? And so now she's doing this. Didn't she just said she was, you only brought me here to be with and suck dick and do all of these other things. But now she's calling. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we're hearing about this is so that the defense doesn't ask her these questions. They're trying to get ahead of the defense, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to work, because you can always pose these questions in a cross-examination in a different manner. So, what did she have to make up to Diddy? What did she have to make up to him? I'm confused. I really don't know that one. What did she have to make up to him? Right? She said I had to make it up. Make it up for what? You say you didn't want to do it no more. You said he was doing X, Y, and Z. It wasn't what it was supposed. It wasn't none of this. What did he have to make up? Come on, man. No, you had to get on the plane and leave. Go home. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with this. You can take the apartment. You can take the house, the condo, whatever you paying for. You can take it all back. I'm done. I'm going to go home. And like I said, somebody said in the chat just a few minutes ago, you wouldn't even have known she had a son. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I know there was a lot of time that lapsed in between. And when she wasn't with him, she would go home. But I mean, the way, like I said, and that's the thing I'm saying, the way they're making it seem and it appears, right? That's the way that they're making it appear. Just with the direct examination, if you will. Prosecution. Why did you write this way to Sly and Paul? Jane, I wanted them to feel good, like they were not being used. Why? I just do. What was the love contract in March 2023? He asked, how much did I want per month? I said 15. He said 10. Okay, now we get into the love contract, y'all. Now I'm hoping she don't get herself caught up here and try to make like he was trying to offer her money so that she would continue to do the free calls, because she said if that's how she goes about this, she gonna be in trouble, because she never said that in the beginning or before, right? So let's see. No, they mentioned something about it, hustle hard. Yeah, they mentioned something about it yesterday, but today she's asking. I think they about to wind down because it's almost about that time, right? 1, 2, 3. It's almost 4:30 on the East Coast, right? Yeah, it is. It's like I said once again. It's a waste of taxpayer money, actually, if you want to be perfectly honest. So let's see how she conducts herself about this supposedly love contract, y'all. We got to see how she what she says about that. This is going to be interesting right here. Check it out now. USA Comey. He started paying your rent? Yes. Who is paying your rent? Listen, y'all. Who is paying your rent now? Sean. Dude. Y'all, the man, look. What the fuck going on, man? Ladies and gentlemen. He's still paying her rent. Right now, dude. Did y'all see that? Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. The prosecution. He started paying your rent. Jane, yes. Prosecution. Who's paying your rent now? Sean. Prosecution. Comey. What else did Sean pay for? My teeth? Prosecution. What do you mean? Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all hear this? Do you hear this shit? Come on, man. What the fuck? What the fuck? Most people say, oh, she deserved that. We ain't say that she don't deserve nothing. But you can't deserve. He's still paying her rent right now. Unbelievable. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, Andre Styles, they're trying to get ahead of the fence. But that's not going to be good enough. So this man is sitting in a goddamn jail cell, and you in the courtroom testifying against him, and he paying your motherfucking rent. Boy, listen. If you do not learn anything from this, look at you, see it? Who's paying your rent now? Sean. Absolutely. He locked up and he still supports you. Straight greed, man. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. For that alone, she gets no credibility I'm telling you, there are people on the jury right now saying, not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. He liked what he liked. They did what they did. You know what I mean? And like I said, once again, you know, this is crazy. Yeah, basically they forcing her to testify. They probably told her they're going to lock her up. Crazy, right? And right, absolute credibility shot. Cut creative. Golden info. Y'all see it right here. She said, listen. Comey said, what else did Sean pay for? My teeth. What do you mean? Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. Do you listen to me, ladies and gentlemen? Listen to me, man. He was giving her $10,000 a month, man. And she said that wasn't enough. My allowance just didn't do it. She was out here spending money like it was running water. Right? She said, I used 3 credit cards, not 1 credit card. She didn't just have 1 black card with no limit. She had 3 of them. Went into debt, didn't have a job. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell? What the hell? Listen. They sitting there. They got the jury right now has to be sitting there saying to themselves, what the fuck? They got to be sitting there saying, you know what? Wow. Come on, man. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies. Share this on your Instagram. Share this on your TikTok. Share this on your Facebook, Snapchat, whatever you use. If you have not subscribed to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. We have heard it all today. We have heard it all today. If you, like I said, if you don't want to be informed, don't watch. Go listen to the gossipers. Go listen to the people that want you to hear. This should be the story of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. This right here. This right here. If he didn't give a damn, so he didn't like your dental work, so he got you new veneers, right? My allowance just didn't, her $10,000 a month allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards, not 1, not 2, but 3. Think about that for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. You got to really size this up. She was high maintenance as hell and didn't have a job. So what that said to me was, okay, so was the 3 credit cards in conjunction or in cahoots with the freak offs? No. Because if that was, so she would, hold on, let's be clear. Remember they asked in the beginning, just a few minutes ago, they said, well, so what was this love contract? Well, shit, if the allowance didn't do it and she used 3 credit cards, she said she just didn't do it. Well, she broke the love contract now, didn't she? She exceeded above and beyond the love contract and the criteria in which they agreed upon, didn't she? Did Diddy leave her alone? Come on, y'all. It was a love contract, remember? Come on now. Talk to me. I used 3 credit cards. Not 1, not 2, but 3. It's a brother love contract, absolutely. Absolutely. You was there for the money, man. Stop playing yourself. Right? She sold her soul. She lost control and she sold her soul, man. Yeah. Here you go. Y'all see it. You take a snapshot of this one. You sure enough can take a snapshot of this one. That one right there, you got to get a snapshot of it. You got to get a snapshot of it before they try to take it away. You take a picture of that one right there. Absolutely. No. Not that she exceeded her credit card limit. She said, I used 3 credit cards. So it's like having a job and going to the job and telling your job, you ain't paying me enough. I used 3 credit cards. Amazing. I mean, you got to pay me more because I use 3 credit cards. I can't just use one. And you go, look, Jane, I had promised him an all-star party, right? Prosecution, Comey, what's that? I'd bring the top 3 guys in all in the same night. Why? I was with my lover and he liked that. I told him I have to be awake at 8 a.m. Sunday. I said the last time I got sick. Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all listening to this shit? Are y'all listening to this shit? Hey, Classy, are you listening? Intelligent Hoodlum, Ray Johnson, Olu Fash, Cut Creatives, Ann and Lee. Y'all listening to this, man? Craig Tillman, Andre Styles. Y'all listening to this? It ain't even, listen to me. It ain't even that she said, I promised him an all-star weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even that she promised him an all-star weekend. It's not even that. It's not even the 3 guys. This is a woman who complained about not liking her situation, who complained in Turks and Caicos that the only thing he bought her there to do was F and suck dick. Right? Here, she basically is saying now, we found out Diddy is right now, as he sits in a jail cell, he is still paying her rent. Amazing. And so I think what the prosecution has figured out is that when they do the cross on her, she gonna flip it. She can flip this whole thing. So that's why she trying to get the prosecution is trying to get everything out that she possibly can. Yeah. JP6 six gunner. Yeah, it's a loss for words, man. You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. She said, I had promised him an all-star weekend, all-star party. I'm talking about all-star weekend, dude. I'm thinking basketball, man. An all-star party. Comey said, what's that? She said, I'd bring in the top 3 guys. All in the same night. Why? Why? She said, I was with my lover. And he liked that. I told him I have to be awake at 3 a.m. Sunday. I said the last time I got sick. She said, I'm gonna bring all 3 of them in here. Right? My God. My God, my goodness, the gracious the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, click the share button. Click the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Prosecution. This first text, Jane, he felt hesitation from about the all-star party. He asked, does your pussy hurt? You're not being straight with me, right? Listen, he's concerned about her, I guess about how her pussy feel. You know, does your pussy hurt? You're not being straight with me, right? Comey. The D2, a minute later, he quoted my text asking for help with more. Furthermore, she said, he quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house. Whatever that means. Furniture for the house. So, we don't really know what that is. Furniture for the house. Is that what they were doing, Y2 Miro? They were all being used. What the song say, how the song go? Some of them want to use you. And guess what else? Some of them want to be used by you. Oh, it's real. Don't get it twisted, man. It's real. That's why that song was a hit. It's called Sweet Dreams, right? Hello. Huh? That's how the song go. YT Miro, ain't that how the song go? Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. I would agree. He was in a whole nother stratosphere with it. You know what I mean? When your money long like that, you know, you got hundreds of millions of dollars. It ain't nothing you can't do. But it's certain things that you can't do. You know what I mean? You know, and like I said, certain people that you can't be around because they don't understand it. And it wasn't even so much as that. Like I said, you know, Cassie filed her lawsuit. You know, Diddy should have never let that went down. When it went down, he should have just settled it. But he didn't. Right? 1 minute ago, prosecution. Here, Sean writes, Rico is ready. What was that? Jane, maybe the man named Michael, or wait, maybe it was a role play and Sean was Rico. Prosecution. You don't know? She said, I don't. You're going to have a lot of people, man, go around talking about today. I think we've seen what really the headlines should be is that Diddy's still paying her rent right now as he locked up in the jail cell in MDC in New York City. Right? They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that. That's too much like the real thing. That's too much like the truth of the matter, right? Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. So she didn't know who Rico was. The 304. Nah, that's not. Nah, another man. Not like I say, Mark J. Another man is not paying. Like I said, if they're not together, all he owe her is child support. You know what I mean? Right now, 50 could be with his son right now. He could have his son right now. That's his only responsibility. His responsibility is not her. And you know, the responsibility that the court, you know, because I'm sure they went to court to iron out the child support. That's all he owe. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Like I said once again, 50 ain't like it ain't got nothing to do with him. What he letting her do? I don't know what he do, Mark Jack. Like I said, he paid child support for his first son. I do know that. After he got out of bankruptcy, I think he owed like $832,000 from that perspective. Like I said, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Everybody's different. You know, you say he don't do something for his first son. That's not true at all. That wouldn't be true. You know what I mean? You pay child support. Ain't that what they take you? Take you to child support. Right. You took him to child support. He paid the child support. Right? Yeah, he paid the child support. Like I said, you know, that's all the person is responsible for doing, right? If they take you to child support, you pay it, right? That's it. Yeah, congratulations to Puffy. 50 look after his kids too. Yeah, he pay child support. That's what your responsibility is. If your child chooses not to have a relationship with you, you can't make them. Right. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? All you got to do is take care of your obligation. Your obligation, if they choose to take you to child support, you pay the child support, and that's it. Hopefully the parent that's receiving the child support does the right thing by the child, right? And pays for what the child needs and takes care of the child's needs with the money. That's all you can hope for. Yeah. So, you know, that's how I see it anyway. I mean, you know what I mean? Somebody who had to pay child support myself, you know, I went through my situation, but I mean, I have no regrets. It is what it is. You know? Here we go. Prosecution. Why did you send Sean a photo of pink toilet paper, Jane, to show that my period was about to come down, that I needed the night off? Let's postpone. What did he write back? She said, Jane said, he said, you're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. Right. For whatever that was. From whom much is given, much is required, right? We would agree with that. I don't know if the requirements equal the moral aspect of what everybody would consider that, right? But like I said, I'm gonna ask the gentleman in the chat. Check this out, gentlemen. Ask your question. So if you was doing all and like not the weird stuff that Diddy, that you know, all of that, you know, the threesomes and all of that. If you were doing all that Diddy was doing, you was paying the woman's rent, you know, she wasn't even married to you. You just had paper like that, right? You paying her rent, you bought her a car, you pay for her credit cards, you know what I mean? You give her a monthly allowance, all of those things. You don't think that she's supposed to be where you want her to be when you want her to be there? I'm asking the guys in the chat. She ain't got no job, nothing. You take care of everything. You don't think that, do you think, would your requirement be that she be where you need her to be at when you need her to be there? I'm asking the gentleman in the chat. Be honest. I'll wait. I'm good. Say damn right. I appreciate your honesty. Anonymous 3. B-Town Entertainment. Appreciate your honesty. A Universal Ass. Appreciate your honesty. Hell yeah. You're right. Okay. Ann and Lee. Even some of the women got to say, like, hold on. Yes. More better. Yes. So let's be clear. Let's be clear. Not all of the weird shit that Diddy into, right? It's just as simple as that. She ain't got no job. He paying for everything, right? He wants you to be somewhere. So when they asked the question, he said, well, you getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. Or whatever it is. I don't know what the prior conversation took place before that text came across or what they were talking about as far as getting their hair done, right? But then he says, I'm done. So understanding what that is and understanding where they're coming from, right? You know, most people acting like, oh, you know, no, like I said, yo, you ain't got no job. You ain't working nowhere. And you not even his wife. See, if you somebody's wife, is a total different thing, right? Y'all married. We have an understanding. They have a covenant that they, you know what I mean? They agreed upon. Totally different from somebody just being somebody that you're dating. And you have this contract and this understanding with, right? You know what I mean? For whatever the parameters may be. Now, he said $10,000 for your place, $10,000 a month for your allowance. Okay, she went overboard. She spent way more than that. She took way more than that. And I used 3 credit cards, right? They didn't really get into the nuances of the finances and how much more that he had to give her. That wasn't enough, right? I'm sure he took care of that because she didn't say that he didn't, right? So now, like, where does that, and like I said, the only thing that I could see, well, okay, having somebody else in your relationship, I mean, that's something that ain't something that I would do. You know what I mean? But for Diddy, that's one of the things that he got off on. And I think part of being with him was understanding that. She stayed. What's the problem? You know what I mean? We think it's illegal. The government thinks it's illegal for whatever reason. They think it's illegal. And they want Diddy. For whatever reason that this came up, what he was doing in his bedroom has become a problem. It has. Right. And I mean, like I said, it ain't nothing wrong with taking care of women if that's what you want to do. You free to do with your money whatever you feel like you want to do. Right? It's as simple as that. You know, so like I said, once again, I mean, when we think about, you know, the full picture, I guess they going to 5 o'clock, basically. Prosecution. What did you mean? Movie night was not on my mind. What was that? We would not have an entertainer. We would just watch our own movies of the hotel nights. We called it movie night. Anonymous 3, you absolutely right. This is BS. Corey Simmons, what's good? Anthony X. KTW. Haiti now, what's good? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Like I said, I appreciate everybody coming back today. Like I said, we're going to do this until it's over with. Say, do it till it's over with. That's it. Oh, man. Yeah, I think they about to wind down. We're going to see in a minute. Yeah, like I said, I mean, you know, like I said, the life, man, is full of surprises, man. It's full of surprises, man. Yeah, locked up in jail paying her bill. You have some people say he's supposed to pay her bills. Ah, man. Oh, man. If it don't work for them, boy, it ain't working, right? He's supposed to pay her bills because she's incapable of getting a job. Yeah, the money, man. Like I said once again, I mean, why would she say that 50 Cent raped her? She said 50 Cent, you know, if that's who this is on the stand, allegedly, why would she say that 50 Cent raped her? You know what I mean? So, you know, the things that people do and say. And 50 Cent says she did that based on the fact that, she filed a full custody child support case